Excellent. Thank you. It's April 26th, and I'm calling to order our special meeting of Flagstaff City Council. Notice that we do have the option to recess into executive session for legal advice on the approaching agenda items. I would like to, for the Pledge of Allegiance, Councilmember Aslan, would you mind leading us in the pledge?
It's always my honor to do so. Please stand as you are able. And if you could, unmute yourself and say this along with me. I'll give you a second to unmute. Let's begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands,
one nation
under God,
indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you all.
Thank you. Councilmember Shimoni, would you please read our mission statement?
Thank you, Mayor. The mission of the city is to protect and enhance the quality of life for all.
Thank you, Councilmember. Roll call, please, Ms. Salzberg.
Mayor Deasy.
Present.
Vice Mayor Daggett. Here. Councilmember Aslan.
Present.
Councilmember McCarthy.
Present.
Councilmember Salas.
Present.
Councilmember Shimoni.
Present.
Councilmember Sweet.
Present.
Thank you, Ms. Salzberg and Council. That brings us to agenda item number 4, which is the consideration and approval of the special meeting agenda as posted. Could I get a motion for approval of the budget we are to, or our agenda as posted today of budgeting and operational considerations for policing and social service alternatives?
I'll second that.
Oh, that would be our first motion, Councilmember Shimoni. Thank you. Do I have a second? I'll second that motion. Any further discussion?
Mayor,
All those.
This is Sterling Solomon. Just before you call for that vote, I just want to clarify. Councilmember Shimoni, did you make a motion to approve the agenda as posted?
Yes, thank you, City Attorney. I did.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. We are down to agenda item number 5, our budgeting and operational considerations for policing and social service alternatives. I am going to start with public participation, but just wanted to thank you, Council, for being here for the special meeting. As you well know, we have been inundated with emails and calls regarding this issue. In fact, far, far more so than a year ago when similar calls were being made. And I feel it is our job as elected leaders to address these concerns, to have open dialogue with the public regarding the salient issues that face us, and resolve problems where we can through policy action. As I mentioned, I am going to open with public comment, and I am urging Council to be proactive in your desire to ask questions or comment with the public participants. We have many who are slated to call in and want to hear from everyone, while also keeping us productively and clear-headedly moving forward in our discussion after public participation. And I want to thank you for that. I do see Councilmember Shimoni and Councilmember Aslan would like to make comment, and I would happy to entertain that so long as we're not getting too much into the weeds right away. I did see Councilmember McCarthy first, so please go ahead, followed by Councilmember Aslan.
I would suggest that we have the staff presentation before we have public comment, because I would think that the public comment, the people that commenting might be very interested in learning some more background before they make their comments, so that their comments can be more relevant. That's my suggestion.
Thank you, Councilman McCarthy. Councilman Raslin.
Yeah, I would second that. And the reason I would second that, I'm not even sure what the issue is. You mentioned in your opening remarks, we need to talk about this issue. It's not clear to me what we're here to talk about. I think that needs to be further defined before we just start randomly hearing from both sides of a very polarizing issue. And if we could clear up what it is specifically we're here to talk about, I think that needs to be stated explicitly and not just hinted at. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Raslin. To my understanding, City Manager Clifton, if you'd like to chime in, that the presentation that was regarding this particular issue, which I'm happy to define here further, was more slated for when we really get into the conversation after public participation, but I'd be happy to remodel that if City Manager Clifton would like to chime in regarding.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Council. Perhaps I can provide a little bit of backdrop here to better facilitate, noting at the front end that there is not a formal staff presentation. Nevertheless, if you will indulge me, I can attempt to frame the discussion tonight in the best way that I can and do so a little bit off script here. This special meeting tonight was called by our mayor, who exercises clear authority to do so. In part, the meeting, as I understand it, is to allow for public discourse and debate over a topic that has consumed numerous municipalities and local governments throughout our nation in recent times. And in part, it was in effort to allow this narrative to occur outside of the two-day budget retreat that was scheduled for late last week and did occur late last week. Very quickly, our budget retreats are opportunities to have informal dialogue, free-flowing dialogue at times between staff and council on a myriad of topics, budget-related, that concern the city organization. These retreats do not occur with frequency. We have 4 of them a year, and they are not a venue for substantive debate on specific topics and items, but rather a more global discussion on the organization and its budget as a whole. So when it was obvious that a growing number of public participants were desirous of speaking during the retreat on this particular issue for this evening, which I will reference in just a minute, and when it was becoming more obvious that discussion would have thwarted our efforts to get through the very busy budget agenda and pulled us away from the many topics at hand, the decision was made to orchestrate this special meeting tonight for the purpose of addressing the single item that is slated on the agenda. So accordingly, we see that item on tonight's agenda, in that being, and I quote, the budgeting and operational considerations for policing and social services. As I noted at the outset, there is no staff presentation on this, but in an effort to better inform the council and provide some backdrop on this, and specifically for the benefit of our newly elected officials, we have included 4 items in your packet. I want to thank the staff and the city clerk for helping to get those items in the packet. Very simply, this item, this topic of police budgeting has been before the council previously. In June of last year, 2020, amidst growing concern and growing community engagement and a number of protests that were occurring in our community, as was the case in many communities, the council received, in advance of a regular meeting scheduled on June 16th of last year, about 565 public comments related to this item. Those comments were read verbatim into the record, spanning several hours and bringing that particular council meeting into the waning hours of the evening, and actually the early hours of the following day. I think we concluded at 3 a.m. on the morning of June 17th. I'll note that following that meeting, Council amended its rules of procedure to state that only verbal comments would be entertained during the course of the meeting, and written comments would be certainly entered into the record, but would not be read verbatim. That's been the case since that time. Back to last summer then, after that June 17th meeting, ensuing discussion occurred on a number of items related to the defunding argument that did occur, with the bulk of these matters coming to the dais after the council summer recess, which occurs in late July and early August. There were specifically a series of 3 presentations that addressed in order our police policies that have been in place, a discussion of alternate response models, looking at various models throughout the country, and the idea of public safety commissions. Those 3 presentations concluded in October 2020. So the first, I mentioned there are 4 items in your packet. The first is a timeline that concerns all of the events that I just articulated. And that, again, is more for the benefit of the newly elected officials. The next 3 items are the presentations that were provided by staff on these 3 topics, respectively. So again, Council, it's not our intent to have a formal presentation for you tonight. These items are in your packet for backdrop and for informational purposes. And with that, I think that's my best attempt to provide some backdrop to tonight's discussion. Mayor and Council, we are at your pleasure as to how you would like to see the meeting unfold. I will note that we do not have special meetings very often of this nature. So forgive me and forgive all of us at staff level if we don't have a nice, neat format to follow. Such is not the case. But it is a special meeting, and I have identified the topic at hand, and I believe the mayor has suggested that the matter open up with public comment, but if council would like to have discussion on that, I think, frankly, it's council's meeting and it's your prerogative to establish the format to follow. Mayor, council, I hope that was helpful for you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, City Manager. That is very helpful. City Attorney has a comment that I wanted to start with.
Thank you, Mayor. And I know Councilmember Shimoni weighed in with the request to make a comment as well, so I'll be brief. I did put a C in the chat box earlier as the motion was being made to approve the agenda as posted, just by way of record keeping and procedural understanding. When a mayor calls a special meeting, or 3 council members call a special meeting, or the city manager calls a special meeting for the purpose of discussing something in the public like this, there is no rule in our procedure as far as whether or not the rest of the council approves of that. That's why there was an item included at the beginning of the agenda here for the council to vote to hold the meeting as posted, and that's what occurred before we started here. Just for clerical or clarification purposes moving forward, that's what that item was about.
Thank you, City Attorney. Councilmember Shimoni.
Thank you, Mayor, and good evening, everybody. Thank you all for tuning in, and thank you for being with us. This is a hard topic, and I'm not going to get into anything about it, but Mayor, I just wanted to say I also support the idea of starting off with a presentation and then moving to public comment. I do think that makes sense. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, there is no presentation with this matter. It is a matter of trying to open up a discussion with the community. I appreciate the city manager's comments and as well as city staff for posting the prior information thereof. And this is specifically to address many of the emails we've been getting about restructuring how we are doing policing, whether we can provide additional social services and potentially address root causes of situations that we face in this community. It is honestly a little bit more of this is a discussion, and anything within that realm is up for discussion. But most importantly, I want to provide a forum for public participants so that way they have the ability to voice their opinion that seems to be building into quite a bit of a pressure cooker. And I think it's very important for us to listen and to provide that type of forum. Councilmember Aslan has a comment.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Vice Mayor and Council. I appreciate some additional clarity on what we're talking about tonight. And one of the reasons I'm asking is not to be obtuse, but it is to sort of, I want to get right into it. So I think one thing that's driving this conversation is the group Flagstaff, which I've had the opportunity to speak with and very clearly share my feelings with, which are nuanced. But their position is to defund Flagstaff Police Department by 55%. And I want to know if that's the conversation we're here to have, or if we're going to be talking about a lot of other things. And I would like the public to understand that better. I am not interested in defunding our police department by 55%. And I think it's will be a bit of a comfort to the public at large and to our police department to hear me say that. I would also like the rest of us to go on the record with a position on that specific issue, and do that while recognizing there is an enormous margin for additional conversations to be occurring around this. But there's a lot of tension around that specific issue, defunding the police at 55%. And I would like us, if we can, to do a round robin and just make it known whether or not we're even interested in entertaining that idea as a deliberative body.
Thank you, Councilmember Aslan. I think that is a good way to start this out, because I have been seeing a lot of misinformation, a lot of statements made honestly about myself, seemingly as if this is the level in which we're headed or that is being strongly considered. And I will just say it very frankly, I am not interested in defunding the police by 55%, not whatsoever. So I'll start out with that, and I will let the other council members chime in here as well. Councilmember Shimoni, followed by Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councilmember Aslan. You know, I have my personal feelings on this, and I'm happy to get into them. Currently, I'm not thinking anything close to 55%, but regardless of what I'm thinking now, I like to take public comment, because the beautiful thing about our work is we hear from everybody, and we make sure that we hear everybody's voices the best that we can before we make a decision, and that they play into our opinions and our thoughts. So I'm a little uncomfortable with stating my opinion before hearing public comment, but you know, I'm not ashamed to say that I am not thinking anything like 55%. But that being said, I am gonna keep.
Excuse me, my mic's on. I'm coughing. I apologize.
If anyone like to comment, just so that way we have a baseline before the commentary comes in, because I also I understand your point here, Councilmember Aslan, which is let's also keep some framework so that way we don't lead into the misinformation, inflammatory comments of expectations that individuals in the community may have about us as individual elected leaders. So I appreciate that. Councilmember McCarthy has a comment.
So it's kind of a follow-up to what Mr. Shimoni said. I don't make final decisions until I hear all the input, but I can tell you where my head is at right now. A few points. First, I do not think that it would be appropriate to defund the police. And I'm not talking 55%. I don't think it would be appropriate to defund the police at all. That's my first point. My second point is, yes, I am open-minded about alternate response models. Our police department is open-minded about alternate response models. The police department, this city council, and I all want to do things more efficiently. So a discussion about that, I'm interested in that. But, and I also might note, there seem to be a lot of consensus behind the idea of alternate police models. But the idea, at least in my mind, was that that would be done with new funding. For instance, there was talk about taking the funding from the new marijuana tax and using it for that. So that's basically where my head is at right now. No defunding, no defunding, no defunding. As far as getting more help for the police and alternate response models, I am definitely open-minded about that. So that's kind of where my head's at now, but I will listen to the comments, the pros and the cons on this issue tonight. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember McCarthy. And at that point, I would like to start taking public comment and allow the public to speak and allow them to say what their piece on this issue before we get any further into this very, very complicated subject. So thank you, and Ms. Salzberg, we are ready for public commentators. And if you could also let me know how many do we have? As well as council, please be proactive. There is a quite a number of them from last I heard. So if we can put the C's and Q's in the comment box quickly and proactively, because I would like to be able to hear from everyone in an efficient manner. Ms. Salzberg.
Thank you, Mayor. Just to answer your first question, I believe we've got about 40 speakers right now. There are still requests coming in, and I believe our staff are ready to start on those comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Go right ahead.
Mayor, I have Victoria on the line. Victoria, you are go ahead to speak with the council.
Thank you. My name is Victoria Monsaint-Queenie, and I'm a resident of downtown Flagstaff and a graduate student here at NAU. I'm a white woman, so I'd like to note that I'm speaking from my experience here. From my perspective, most of the work that Flagstaff police do does not make me feel safer in the slightest. Most of my observations of the police have been them harassing unsheltered people, often ticketing them for simply sitting on the sidewalk or other public places. My experience lines up with the statistics, which show that only 3.5% of arrests from 2015 to 2020 were related to violent crimes. In addition, this criminalization of homelessness is really upsetting to see when we know that just 3% of the Flagstaff Police Department's budget could house 300 to 400 people each year at an estimated cost of $6 a day for emergency shelters. Imagine what we could do with an even bigger portion of the bloated police budget. I am in favor of slashing the Flagstaff Police Department's funding and reallocating resources to uplifting the community rather than policing it. I would like to see, at minimum, a 55% decrease in the Flagstaff Police Department's budget, but ideally more. And I would like to see those funds reallocated to affordable housing, support for unsheltered community members, and resource organizations for the community that are spearheaded ideally by non-white people. The fact that we have the funds to support our community members and we instead choose to pump money into a punitive justice system is truly despicable. It is nonsensical to me that we spend money on punishing people for things that could be fixed rather than trying to fix the root cause of the problem by providing resources to lift each other up. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Monsaint-Queenie. Next caller, please.
Mayor and Council, I have Harper Rowan on the line. Harper, you can speak.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I'm just leaving a comment to say that my name is Harper and I'm a resident of Flagstaff working as a writing tutor and desk connector. As one of your constituents, I am writing to ask and speaking now to ask that you consider defunding Flagstaff PD by 55%. This could provide funding for alternative programs like education, mental health, or more shelter houses. Though 55% may sound large, it would actually result in the same amount of funding Flagstaff PD had around 2000. This fact, along with the statistic that only 3.5% of FPD arrests from January 1st, 2015 to 31st, 2020, for violent activity tells us that police are not preventing violence. This fact is backed up by my own personal experiences of being threatened by FPD. I will actually be less safe with an increased FPD budget, as will many Indigenous and or houseless residents who are statistically more likely to be harmed by the police. I hope as a resident and as a constituent, you will value the Flagstaff community's safety on our terms and defund FPD by 55%. I yield my time.
Thank you. Next caller, please.
Ms. Wheaton, you can go ahead.
Hi, thank you. My name is Joanna Wheaton. I'm a Flagstaff resident. I know that council has been receiving many emails, some from Flagstaff residents like myself, and others from people who've been encouraged by Wendy Rogers posting about the local happenings here in Flagstaff. Wendy's interference in local political matters reflects the troubling trend in Arizona. This is not the first time that the state has endeavored to prevent progressive local governments from governing themselves. The Flagstaff minimum wage comes to mind, for example. And of these efforts, of course, these efforts at state coercion are wildly hypocritical for conservative legislators who otherwise claim to value small government. But state legislators are evidently unburdened by this ideological consistency. A current Arizona state bill, SB 1333, would require the state to withhold money from a city or town that reduces the law enforcement budget below the previous year's budget, with few exceptions, basically in order to punish cities that seek to reallocate funding away from their police departments. In addition to being an unacceptable abuse of state power, this also contributes to the sense of urgency with which council must reevaluate the FPD budget allocation. Finally, many of you ran for office on platforms that emphasize the importance of equity and justice and recognize the ways in which the status quo in Flagstaff is discriminatory and violent. I was one such constituent who voted for some of these because of your bold stances on these topics. Now the time has come for bold action. I strongly believe that politics is morality in action, and that the budget is a moral document. The city does not have an unlimited amount of money. Correspondingly, it must prioritize competing community needs. This reality is the entire idea behind the recently launched priority-based budgeting program. The definition of the word priority, according to the Oxford Language Dictionary, means the fact or condition of being regarded or treated as more important. It is not possible to prioritize all things equally. The City Council has made statements recognizing the need for dramatic action on housing affordability, houselessness, and sustainability. These priorities are reflected in the PVB survey results. So long as council remains afraid of offending the FPD, they'll be unable to act sufficiently on its stated goals. Equity and justice are noble ideals, but your constituents want and deserve more than empty lip service to universally appreciated concepts. We want to see our elected representatives produce policies, procedures, and budget documents that actively contribute toward a more equitable and just community in Flagstaff. We want you to do this even when it's hard, especially when it's hard. That's your job. Again, I urge you to put the city's money where it's founded. Defund the Flagstaff Police Department by at least 55% to support other priorities. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please.
Mayor and Council, I have Jennifer Brown on the line. Jennifer, you can speak.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Jen Brown, and I am what people call a born and raised member of Flagstaff. Flagstaff is the only home I know. When hearing the mayor and some council members wanting to discuss reduced funding for the police after it was revealed by the community months ago in 2020, this was not wanted nor desired. I feel it is necessary to speak up. In reviewing and hearing about flag stats on Facebook, I have come to question the reliability and the trustworthiness of this information. The site provides inadequate and skewed statistical information. If you look at the amount of people that, quote, like this page and compare it with the population of Flagstaff, this is only showing a 0.3% of people that agree with this. While loud and outspoken, this is hardly a significant percentage of those you have been elected to represent. I am disheartened to hear the mayor and council wanting to reduce these services. The reason people flock to Flagstaff is because of the safety of the city and the high quality of service provided to the community. This would be disastrous for our local community and jeopardize all residents' safety. Following other cities and communities which have chosen this route based on emotions and not facts have begun quickly trying to revert and sometimes even requesting more funding to correct the issue it has caused. These cities are now finding it difficult to hire officers because they no longer feel supported by the community. Flagstaff is already having trouble with recruitment of qualified applicants to this, and this will only further cause more problems. We need you, the council, to understand by defunding the police department, we would destroy all we have worked for on having the professional organization we currently have. We, the community, created an environment which promotes community policing, transparency, and trains officers to serve the community within the 4 C's. Those 4 C's are compassion, constitutionally, correctly, and consistently, and they ultimately do to serve our community is to protect life and property. By defunding our Flagtown department, you will ultimately drive away good cops who really love our community. I have seen the emotional toll this has taken on all the officers, and yet, you know what? They still come to work every day, and they work with the highest integrity and honor to serve our community, their community. These officers work tirelessly day and night to ensure our welfare and the safety of this beautiful community. Our police department deserves way more than this, and I cannot stand idly by as we throw away the most important resource we have when something disastrous happens to us. Who do we call? We call them to help get us back to safety. Instead of trying to defund the police department, let's come together to continue with improving our department services, show respect for our...
Thank you, Ms. Brown. Your 3 minutes has expired, so thank you. Next caller, please.
Mayor, I have Steve on the line. Go ahead, Steve.
Hello, my name is Steve Everly. I'm a Flagstaff City resident, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak on this issue. Like many Americans, I have a typically positive opinion of the police based on my own life's experiences, and when I talk to people in Flagstaff, they generally appreciate the police here. However, like many others, I've been learning more and more about the state of policing in the U.S. over the past year, and not everyone feels that same way. This learning has for sure made me uncomfortable at times and made me question my thoughts and beliefs. I'll tell you a short story. Last Thursday, as I drove to pick up my daughter at high school, I was pulled over for not making a full stop at a stop sign. Well, luckily that encounter went as well as can be expected, as I received a warning and went on my way. I can't help but think that that was partially or maybe completely due to the fact that I'm a middle-aged white male and my paperwork was in order. After conducting my own admittedly small inquiry into some of the local policing data, what stuck out to me is that Flagstaff is pretty similar to the rest of the country in that there's no reason to think that the same systemic policing issues are not present here as we have seen elsewhere in the U.S. We could be minutes away from having our own national negative moment in the spotlight. In my opinion, reducing funding to the police in favor of other approaches is a necessary component of any solution to these problems. I am encouraged that the council is looking at changing how funds are being allocated. I appreciate your work. This is a healthy thing, having this kind of debate. The council should regularly consider not just what new programs to fund, which often increase spending, but also what to stop doing in order to decrease or redeploy spending. I encourage and will support the council moving funding from the FPD to support other social service alternatives. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please.
Mayor and Council, I have Thomas on the line. Thomas, you can speak.
Sure, thank you. I just have a statement I'd like to read. Systemic racism exists in America today. It is embedded in our Constitution. which provided that slaves were to be counted as 3/5 a person. Our great nation fought a bloody and nightmarish civil war to end the scourge of slavery. But widespread state-imposed discrimination and segregation persisted for another century. The civil rights movement of the 1960s afforded African Americans the right to vote, and we entered a new era of emerging equality. Since that time, the condition of African Americans, all other minority groups, and women has improved exponentially. Let me repeat myself. Although there is much work still to do, the condition of African Americans, all other minority groups, and women has improved exponentially since the 1960s. This is an undeniable fact that must be acknowledged by everyone if we are to complete the requisite work needed to create an even more equitable society. That being said, dismantling the cornerstones of our society at the hysterical behest of a small yet vocal portion of the electorate completely undermines the processes by which equality can be attained. Defunding the police is an entirely misguided concept that has been foisted upon the American people by our disgusting mainstream media and their disingenuous culprits in academia. All across our country, television reporters, online writers, graduate assistants, and university professors are spreading a malicious lie that white officers are hunting down African Americans and other minorities in an effort to murder them. Unfortunately, Mayor Deasy and Councilmember Shimoni are all too know this line and sow division between all of us. This pair has knowingly undertaken an effort that will undoubtedly create mistrust between the Flagstaff Police Department and our local elected officials. In an effort to provide a constructive outcome to this evening's special meeting, I do hereby propose a public relations campaign by which the city and FPD can take a leadership role on the national stage. The title of this campaign is simply Comply, Don't Die. Nearly all incidents involving the use of force by a police officer unto a citizen are the direct result of non-compliance on behalf of the man or woman engaged by the officer. Again, let me repeat myself. Nearly all incidents involving the use of force by a police officer unto a citizen are a direct result of non-compliance on behalf of the man or woman engaged by the police officer. The city and FPD should partner to conduct a widespread educational campaign that emphasizes total compliance with police officer requests. Ordinary citizens must be willing to temporarily submit themselves to the orders of a police officer if we are to have a lawful society. With the Comply, Don't Die public relations campaign, Flagstaff residents will have an opportunity to learn firsthand how to conduct themselves when engaged by a police officer and what their individual responsibility is to the police officer to ensure a safe.
Thank you. I appreciate the commentary. Your 3 minutes has expired. Next commentator, please.
Ms. Sarah Andrews, you can go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Sarah Andrews, and I'm a resident of Flagstaff. Flagstaff needs housing, not handcuffs. City Council has declared a housing emergency in Flagstaff. The City of Flagstaff's priority-based budgeting survey results show that residents' greatest concern is the lack of affordable housing. Most local tenants are housing burdened. They spend at least 30% of their household income on rent. Almost 2/3 of tenant households in Flagstaff are housing burdened. Of housing-burdened households in Flagstaff, nearly half spend 50% or more of their household income on rent, indicating extreme housing insecurity. Once the CDC eviction moratorium is lifted, local experts expect eviction to increasingly result in first-time homelessness, creating a crisis that exceeds the capacity of local resource providers. Eviction creates ripple effects in the community, costing taxpayers in Flagstaff over $2.5 million each year in emergency shelter, medical care, foster care, and juvenile delinquency costs alone. We know where the money is to solve these problems, in the police department. Emergency shelter for all unsheltered people that costs 3.6% of the Flag Police Department budget. Permanent housing for all unsheltered households would cost 3.2% of the Flagstaff Police Department budget. Council spent $1.9 million on public housing, only 7.9% of what it allocated to the Flagstaff Police Department. Defund the Flag Police Department by 55% and spend that money where it could really make a difference. for unsheltered relatives and members of our community who are often targeted by the police. That could make a huge world of difference. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please.
Mayor, I have Jasmine on the line. Jasmine, go ahead and speak.
All right, thank you so much. Can y'all hear me okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Great, I'm gonna assume you can hear me. So hi, thank you all Flagstaff City Council members and Mayor Paul Deasy. I really appreciate this opportunity to leave a public comment tonight. As you know, my name is Jasmine Mueller-Shaw. I'm a lifelong resident of Flagstaff. I think the city will always be my home. I'm an educator. I work one-on-one with kids, and I've done that for years. So I just really wanted to speak today to urge you all, please, to defund Flagstaff's police department by 55% in this upcoming budget. I think we know that nationwide, the pattern of police violence against Black and brown people is all too clear. Even in the last few weeks, there have been innumerable murders by police. And in Flag, our police department has a shoot and kill rate that is 6 times the national average, and that national average is already too high. I don't ever want to see our city as the next big story on national news because one of our officers kills an unarmed Black, Indigenous, or Latinx person. I don't think that's who we are as a city. Additionally, the $13 million that would be saved by defunding the police by 55%, this could be used to support affordable housing, shelter for people who are unhoused, and community centers like Kinlani Mutual Aid. I personally will never forget a cold winter morning when I was in high school. I ran cross country and track in high school, and one day we had a meet at a race at Buffalo Park. So our team went and we did our warm-up run, but our trail was blocked by police tape because a unsheltered person had frozen to death the night before. So presumably they were not able to get shelter. I know that housing is a huge issue in our city, especially in the winter, and people freeze every year, sometimes every week. So this death and all those others are preventable, but our shelters need more funding so that they can provide this life-saving support to those who need it most. So Flag will always be a home to me, and I'm really looking to all of you as our city council members, as our mayor, to make our home as safe and respectful as possible for everyone, and especially for our communities of color. So I urge you all, please, to defund the police by 55% and invest instead in our communities. We're all looking to your leadership and compassion as we work to make a better and safer world. Thank you all. So super, super appreciate it.
Thank you. Next caller, please.
Mayor and Council, I have Whitney on the line. Whitney, you may speak.
Good evening. I would like to voice my support for council to reduce the budget of the Flagstaff Police Department significantly and move towards alternate response models. The Flagstaff Police Department is often a band-aid for our problems and can be a very expensive one. One of the largest issues we all face in Flagstaff is the cost of housing, so much so the council has declared a housing emergency in Flagstaff. Other issues we face in Flagstaff include mental illness and substance use. These issues would be better addressed by trained medical professionals and social workers, not an endless cycle of arrest. We should not expect the police to be a fix-all to our problems. There are certainly scenarios in which a police response is necessary and appreciated, but in many cases, the police response is simply not the best tool for the job. The Flagstaff Police Department accounts for over a third of the general fund for the city of Flagstaff, but this level of funding has not been able to solve our issues. I cannot claim that defunding the police department is a perfect solution or that it will solve all of our problems. But if what we are currently doing is not working, then I think we owe it to ourselves and our city to try something else, something that could help Flagstaff and everyone who calls Flagstaff home. Overfunding police in our community does not solve the root cause of our issues and only attempts to cover up the symptoms of our underlying problems. It's time for the council to take the bold and necessary action of shifting funding from our police department significantly in order to reallocate funds to housing, alternate emergency response teams, social services, and education, programs that can help our community thrive. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Next caller, please.
Michael Oliver, you can go ahead.
Okay. Good afternoon, Council, Mayor. Thank you for listening to my comments. Originally, I had something pre-planned, but as I stand out here in front of City Hall and a group of my officers are protecting it, doing their job, and adhering to the mission of the Flagstaff Police Department, protecting everybody's right. And I'm listening to some of the things that are being thrown at us verbally and the things that are being said to us, and it's despicable, it's disgusting, and we don't deserve to be treated this way. So I'm asking you, the City Council, to bring dignity back to being a police officer here. This is unacceptable. If you want to defund us, you're going to lose all your safety in the city. Okay, we are already a depleted department. We cannot afford to lose any more officers. Okay, I moved here with my family 2.5 years ago because this was a safe place to live. You get rid of cops, and my family and other families will follow, and we will leave and go to another city. There's no need to defund us by 55% or any number. If anything, you need to add more funding to us, give us better training, and let's work together so we can solve some of the community problems. If you're not willing to work together, why are we even having this conversation? Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you, Mr. Oliver. Next caller, please.
Mayor, I have Kyle on the line. Kyle, go ahead.
Mayor, council members, and city staff especially, thank you for your time today. My name is Kyle Nitschke, and I've been a resident of Flagstaff for my entire adult life. I'm here to speak today in favor of defunding the Flagstaff Police Department to make some room in the budget to fund social services and alternative responses to policing. First off, I just want to say that in Flagstaff, it's very, very clear to see how the city criminalizes homelessness. It's evident in our arrest statistics. It's evidenced through some of the stories that we've heard just tonight. And we really need to come to terms with the fact that in the city, we are actively criminalizing and targeting homeless people and pushing them into the criminal justice system. Housing is an alternative response to policing. And I think that's where a lot of the budget that we take from FPD should go. But I also want to focus on my testimony and how we relate to the state budget. For employment, I work with students around the state, and we've been tracking what goes down at our state capitol and the legislature. And over this last decade, we've seen a very serious shift in priorities at the state level, and it's really clear and evident by their budget. Currently, our state government funds the Department of Corrections at $1.2 billion, and 10 years ago, that's where we funded higher education. Today, we fund higher education about $300,000 or $400,000 less than we fund the Department of Corrections at the state level. And this is a direct result of bloated city police budgets and over-patrolling and over-policing of our city and our communities. So really just that the larger budget is really where our priorities are as our state. And so as a city, we need to prioritize what we've said we're going to prioritize, like the housing emergency and the climate emergency. And every single dollar that we put into FPD funding can't go towards housing and can't go towards the carbon neutrality plan. And FPD funding has increased every single year since I lived here. When do we stop the bloat is really my question. What are your guys' priorities? And is the budget going to be reflective of the housing and climate emergencies that y'all have declared? And city staff, thank you so much for putting this budget together. And you guys really be the ones doing the work, and really hoping to see a lot of different options for our city council to choose in between. And thanks so much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Nitschke. Next caller, please.
Mayor and council, I have George on the line. George, you may speak. George, you may speak.
Yeah, I'm still here.
Yes, you can speak now.
Right now?
Yes.
All right. Well, my name is George. I'm here to plead counsel not to take away funding from the Flagstaff Police Department. To give you a quick background on myself, my family is 1/3 black, 1/3 white from Germany, and 1/3 Latino or indigenous from Nicaragua. Both my parents are green card holders, and I'm proud to say that I'm the first American citizen in my family. I received the Presidential Volunteer Service Award during President Obama's administration, and that desire to help the community is something I practice every day as an officer here in Flagstaff. I have never stopped caring about all the people who live in this community, and while I understand and respect your desire to create systems to help our transient or unsheltered population, I'm here to tell you that defunding the police is not the way to do this. New York saw about 75% as many officers leave in 2020 compared to 2019 after defunding their police department. You can look up the repercussions their city is seeing now. And the same is happening here already. We are already understaffed, and with fewer and more overworked, more junior officers comes a higher risk of an unwanted critical incident. Personally, I've had to respond to groups of people fighting with deadly weapons by myself, with no backup and no secondary officer response options. I have been lucky to be able to de-escalate each of these situations. This is not the type of call an alternative response team could safely address without an officer. And with our current staffing and budget, it is barely a call that I can safely respond to now. When you take away my backup, you're putting me in a corner with limited options. My fellow officers, my fellow fathers, mothers, husbands, and wives will leave. If you want it or not, many will quit, and the community will suffer the consequences of your actions. I have seen and experienced racism throughout this country. I have personally experienced it here in Flagstaff, but I have never seen anything except the utmost respect and professionalism come from my fellow officers. The level of quality service and care provided by this department is something each one of us has taken personally, and is an example of outstanding service in this country. You cannot increase this and cut support for us in the same breath. I'm lucky that I love what I do and I want to be here. My wife wants me to quit. I love who I work with and the community I serve, but I'm tired of being so understaffed for so long. We cannot safely operate at this level long term and expect the same service, so please do not take away officer fund. I'm urging you to continue supporting the police department, to continue supporting the community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next caller, please.
Mr. Steve Finch, you may go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council, City Staff. This is Steve Finch with the Northern Arizona Lodging, Tourism, Restaurant Association. Appreciate the time to talk tonight. This past weekend, I was reading an article in the paper about false and misleading stats that are constantly being thrown out there, and this one dealt with a high ratio of police shootings in Flagstaff. It was refreshing, though, to watch that in reading the article, that it actually dug into the stats and found the shootings they were pulling in from outside of Flags, but yet counting them as Flagstaff police officers. So the stats were completely misleading and false. You know, and listening to the claims about the police discrimination is frustrating, as this information also is very misleading, exaggerating the truth of what's going on. The information that was presented by the police in June of 2020, we turned around and we actually dug into those numbers to validate the information being presented. And it was very refreshing to see the stats presented were correct. Because you're looking at the stats and what was on, they like one of the things they talk about is Native Americans are being arrested and harassed at a much higher rate than others in the city. But if you look at the stats, 53% of those are non-residents. They're transients coming through the area, but they don't live here. Individuals being arrested. And I looked over a 5-year period, which is what the city police did also. The Asians, you had a 0.62%, blacks, 4.01%. And that one comment was sad to hear, if a black person is shot, that's the same. No, my point, our view, is any person shot is a shame. It's sad that it occurred, not just blacks, and that's to be clear about that. Native Americans, the individual arrest rate, 38%. Whites, 56%. Whites make up the largest population of the city, percentage of, and it has the highest arrest rate for individuals. Where the stats really can get in there is where the number of people that have been arrested a second or subsequent times. In that case, the Native Americans had 151% of one or two or more arrests occurring to that one individual, saying they have an issue with that. But then again, realizing you have over half of them are transients coming into the area. Sorry, can't talk. Some other cities have already tried doing is being discussed here about cutting the budget, and that's our benefit. Is that my time up?
That is. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Bench. Next caller, please.
Mayor, I have Aaron on the line. Aaron, please go ahead.
Hello, Mayor Casey and City Council members. My name is Erin Hebert, and I'm a social studies teacher at Flagstaff High School. I know some of you and that I've contacted you to come speak at my classroom, and also we've connected in other capacities. But I want to thank you so much for allowing me to speak tonight. As I mentioned, I am a teacher, and I have spent years in this community organizing around issues of racial and social equity. Though my time in Flagstaff, or throughout my time at Flagstaff, I have witnessed and experienced the realities of the phrase poverty with a view. It is incredibly clear that inequity is prevalent in our community. You can take a look at the housing crisis and the way that many of you would all note that as the most important and pressing issue in Flagstaff, in addition to our issues related to the unsheltered community in Flagstaff and how they are deeply underserved by those of us who are in power. Homelessness, racial discrimination, housing insecurity, and other social inequities continue to suppress the most vulnerable members of our community. And within the students in my classroom, I often witness the ways that our community is failing our students outside of the classroom by refusing to create meaningful and priority-based social welfare programs that are community-led and responsive to the needs of people in Flagstaff. As a person who grew up in Arizona and was served by Arizona Public Schools, but also grew up in a family that was plagued by addiction and poverty, I am deeply aware that there are very few ways that our community truly is serving all people. There are incredibly pressing issues that our community needs addressed in order to thrive, and I'm writing and I'm speaking to you today to urge you to direct funds away from the Flagstaff Police Department and toward our community by defunding the Flagstaff Police Department by 55% at this week's budget retreat, and actually at this current meeting that you are listening. This would create nearly $13 million of available funding for our community-led programs and services to specifically address the social inequity in Flagstaff that I just spoke to as a teacher. Defunding the police is a necessary part of any solution to homelessness, racial inequity, and Flagstaff's current housing emergency. Any other funding alternatives that do not diminish the Flagstaff Police Department budget will fail to address the aforementioned issues in our community because police are directly part of all of these issues. The police are a direct indicator that we necessarily are not serving all people. The fact that so much money is provided to them truly makes me question whether or not we are serving the people who are most vulnerable in our community. Reform or other proactive policing strategies are inherently ill-fit to address needs in our community. Police in our community do not serve as a responsive institution. They do not simply respond to safety concerns in our community when needed. Instead, officers in the Flagstaff Police Department spend most of their time patrolling or otherwise over-policing our neighborhoods. Such proactive policing is necessarily an exercise in officer discretion.
And Aaron, that's your time.
That certain types of communities
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
3 minutes is up. Thank you. Next caller, please.
Miss Emily Davalos, could you please
Mayor
go
and
ahead?
Council, I have
Sorry.
Justin on the line. Justin, you may speak.
Hello?
You may speak.
This is Justin Youngman.
Listen, go right ahead. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, it sounds like it's breaking up a little bit, but am I on right now?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
Okay, so my name is Justin Youngman. I'm a resident here in Flagstaff, out in the county, I don't know what I have to say for you guys to take in consideration that without the police funding, I mean, we're going to be in a world of hurt. Outside the city hall right now, we've got probably 10 or 12 people that are back in the blue versus the other side that wants to defund the blue. If it wasn't for the police officers, we'd have complete chaos out here right now. And I couldn't even imagine if we were to take the money out of our community, if things do start to get any worse. I think this would be the worst time ever to even think about, with all the instability in our city and across the country to defund our police. I hope you guys would, definitely not even consider taking on this, defunding. But if there's anything that we can possibly do to persuade that thought process, I think we need to try to go that route. So. Can you still hear me?
Yes, we can.
So yeah, that's pretty much everything that I was going to say. Have a good one. Thanks, you too.
Thank you. Next caller, please.
Miss Emily Davalos, please go ahead.
Thank you. I have lived in Flagstaff for 21 years. There's plenty of evidence over the last at least 7 years of BLM that indicates reforms don't work. There's plenty of statistics and figures that demonstrate this. Flagstaff has put together a bunch of resources and have shared that with you. Please don't even Flag PD has implemented reforms that don't work. The $1 million that's being spent on body cameras is not helping. It's not improving. The evidence from Flag PD demonstrates it itself. Please don't cave to the fear-mongering. I know how intimidating it can be. Earlier this evening, I walked up to my house, and 3 big trucks with the Blue Lives Matter flags were parked next to each other, blocking my entire street. I started taking pictures, and they started screaming at me. I waited until they drove away before I walked into my house. They continued to circle my street, driving like maniacs, screaming and yelling, including yelling at the N-word at a black man riding his bicycle. This is what the Blue Lives Matter people were doing today, driving like maniacs on my street, harassing people, intimidating people, yelling at people. Please don't cave to their fear-mongering. I understand how intimidating it can be. It was pretty terrifying, and the cops weren't going to protect me from them. There's no way the cops were ever going to protect me from their supporters. And I think that you really need to understand that this fear-mongering cannot control your decisions. There's plenty of facts and figures to base your decisions on, and people making hypotheticals about these horrible atrocities that are going to happen if you defund it, like, it's not based in facts. To say that the worst thing ever is going to happen, like, it's not based in fact. No one's saying we're getting rid of FPD tomorrow. We are asking you to defund, reallocate 55% of their budget so that it can address the root causes of crime, so that we're not wasting money paying police to stand around as they did tonight. We're not paying police to harass people. We're putting money to support the community, the health and well-being of the community. It takes moral fortitude to stand for the health and the well-being of our community and not to cave to all this fear-mongering and this attacking for people who are really just trying to support the health and well-being of our community. 3.6% of the FPD budget could house everyone in Flagstaff. Like, how is that even debatable? Why would you not want to provide shelter for people who are in need of shelter? Like, it's ridiculous how much the Blue Lives Matter crowd is harassing and intimidating people. Please do not let them decide what.
I'm sorry, your time is done.
Thank you, Ms. Davalos.
By 55%.
Thank you. Next caller, please.
Mayor and Council, I have Mandy on the line. Mandy, you may speak.
Thank you for allowing me to speak today. The first thing I think I would like to point out is that with the notion of defunding, police are under the impression that they'll have less support and less means to be able to handle situations that occur. However, this is actually not true. The opposite would be true, that they would instead have less things to attend to, and these other issues would be attended to by those who are skilled in doing such. I work as a mental health clinician here in Flagstaff. My study is also in the field of forensic psychology. So I've done countless hours of research on how community support systems actually reduce the rates of crime and recidivism. And science has not only outlined the benefit, but the real need for a change in the way we work within our community to keep our residents safe. Officers are often called to situations that they just don't have the skills to handle efficiently. And it's not because they're incapable, but it's because that's not their area of expertise. They lack the training and education in these areas, nor are they meant to be social workers. These kinds of situations lead to unnecessary violence and an introduction into the criminal justice system that inevitably doesn't provide the support that was the reason for the call to begin with. When we implement funding into community services like support for low-income families, juveniles, adults, things that we find create support systems such as after-school programs even, we create mitigating factors for crime. We reduce the need to even call police to begin with. So when we allocate funds to necessary social programs, we naturally see a reduction in crime because we're meeting the needs of our community and its residents. We see a connection, and that's what allows people to feel more responsible for their neighborhood and their neighbors is the social responsibility. When police attend to crime, they do so when it has already happened. They don't stop crime. If we want to change our community for the better, we need to start at the source and offer residents the support and resources they need. Our idea of policing has been the same for decades, and all we see is mass incarceration in our country and the third highest rate of recidivism in the entire world. Flagstaff is a progressive town, and this is our chance to be the standard to the rest of our state for what making a better community looks like. For example, following the Cahoots program in Oregon, they originally started out with a budget of $780,000 in 2016. In 2019, the City Council increased their funding by $225,000 to ensure they were available at all hours. They responded to over 20% of calls, and out of that, only 311 required backup. That's over 25,000 instances where social workers were
Thank
able
you.
to
Thank you for your comments. Your 3 minutes is up, unfortunately. So, thank you. Next caller, please.
Miss Lydia Bailey, will you please go ahead?
Hi, thank you for having me talk. I am calling as a citizen of Flagstaff who is very concerned by the way our policing is being done currently, especially given the high rate of violence from police shootings at a higher per capita than many other cities in Arizona, including larger cities, and in particular, the unequal percentage of people interacting with the police of Indigenous and backgrounds and people of color compared to the overall percentage of the population, especially given the relatively low rate of violent crime we have in Flagstaff. It seems to me that a lot of money is being spent to over-police people who do not need police intervention, but need social practices and opportunities to have a better situation and be more secure. So I'm calling in support of reducing the police budget to reallocate some of those funds to programs like providing better housing options, mental health intervention, and substance abuse support, among others. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please.
For allowing me to speak. I wanted to state my opinion as a Flagstaff resident that I believe policing as a whole in this country does not achieve community safety or support, but instead causes immense violence, trauma, and loss. Actions perpetrated by the police are violent, rooted in racism, and extremely costly for communities. The repeated instances of harm and death inflicted by police forces across the nation are not isolated and in fact appear in our own community. For example, the per capita rate of fatal police shootings in Flagstaff from January 2015 to June 2020 doubled that both of Phoenix and Tucson combined. Meanwhile, only 3.5% of Flagstaff PD arrests were for violent crimes. Flagstaff is over-policed with no reasoning to back this other than inherent racism. Flagstaff PD heavily polices the Indigenous population, with nearly half of all arrests in the past 5 years having been Indigenous men. This is no coincidence. Instead of continuing to overfund Flag PD, why not utilize funding to assist with the increasingly apparent need for affordable and accessible housing in Flagstaff? I would much prefer an appropriate allocation of funding for this, and in addition to alternative emergency community response. It's important to note that funding for community services and alternatives to the police must come from a reallocation of funds from the police budget. I'm curious how we can be open to conversation about policing alternatives if we cannot even fathom a reduction in current policing. A budget decrease is necessary to adequately support the beginning implementations of such futures. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please.
Mayor and Council, I have Kelly on the line. Kelly, you may speak.
Hi, my name is Kelly Paul Wilson. I've lived in town since 1985, and I'm calling because I want to urge you guys to defund the police. And what I mean by that is I want you to reallocate police funds to other services, including mental health services. What I think about when I think about defunding the police, the first thing that comes to my mind is Officer Tyler Stewart. I'm sure you all remember when he was killed in the line of duty back in 2014, I believe it was. And I keep thinking that if the police had been defunded and the funds reallocated 10 years ago, that he would still be alive, because there would have been a mental health team that was sent out on that call when he went to see Bobby Smith, and that both those people would be alive. Tyler Stewart seems like he was a great guy and a great cop, and I wish he was still alive. And I want good things to happen for all the people in Flagstaff, including the police. And I think we can move towards that if we reallocate the funds that we are giving to the police into more mental health services to help them do their jobs better. And that's my comment.
Thank you, Ms. Wilson. Next caller, please.
Hi,
Ms.
is
Hannah
it my
Lee?
turn?
Yes, Ms. Hannah Lee, please go ahead.
Okay, cool, thanks. Yeah, my name is Hannah Lee, and I would like to make a comment for you guys to defund the police. I believe that Flagstaff Police Department should not have their budget increased or stay the same. With events that have been happening around the country, and especially just within the past couple months, and the events around Flagstaff, it's pretty clear that the police are not acting in a way that actually serve and protect the community, and I feel that it's definitely happening in Flagstaff, especially with our indigenous communities that are vulnerable, and those funds that would be going to the police department, I believe, should be reallocated to community-oriented services like mental health services, drug and addiction services, and especially housing to get those vulnerable communities like our indigenous population, like our people of color, off the streets, instead of having unnecessary altercations between the police, as we all know that because the police are racially discriminating against people of color in our community. And yeah, I believe that the best way to actually serve our community and move us towards a better future is by putting more of that money into services that actually alleviate problems, systemic problems within our community, and get those vulnerable people the help they actually need. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Next caller, please.
Mayor and Council, I have John on the line. John, you may speak.
Okay, great. Thank you, Jason. Hi, my name's John. I moved here in 1970, and I've had a chance to, observe the police for a long time. And the quality of policing in Flagstaff is a function of your race. The quality of policing in Flagstaff is a function of your color. Excuse me, I'm sorry. I should have said it's a function of your culture. The quality of policing in Flagstaff is also a function of your
homelessness condition, and somehow the quality of policing varies from one group to another. It's not consistent. Most of you said the Pledge of Allegiance tonight, and you finished up by saying, with liberty and justice for all. When you get a chance, give me a call and let me know when that's going to happen, huh? Because it's not happening now. In the 1970s, and my date might be off, my timing might be off, we had an officer here, Guy Householder. He was a big dude, 323. He was a sergeant, and I have had a friend here, he has since passed away, Mark Gant, and I think, Becky, you may have met Mark because he and Roxanne were very good friends. And Guy Householder pulls him over, gets him out of the truck, gets him over by the hood, and grabs his neck and starts banging his head into the hood of the truck. Welcome to Flagstaff. The quality of policing in Flagstaff is a function of your race. The quality of policing in Flagstaff is a function of your color. The quality of policing in Flagstaff is a function of whether or not you have a home. And if you're drunk, you're in trouble. You really, really are in trouble. I myself had an incident, not that I was drunk, I was at Discount Tire. There was a fellow out there towards the street that couldn't walk. He was drunk. I went over to see if I could help him, and he was unconscious, or just about. I called the Flagstaff Police Department. I say, got a fellow here that's inebriated. And the first question from the officer is he Native American? And I said, I think so. Exact response. Duh. That's how the Flagstaff Police Department responded to a Native American. And that's just one incident. And I know very little about how poorly the Native Americans are treated. So defunding the police really should be saying, let's clean house. Let's take a look at let's see
3
how
minutes
we
of
can
public
improve
participation
things.
is ended.
The
Thank you.
Georgetown Law School.
Okay, that's your 2 minutes. That's 2 minutes. Thank you. Next caller, please.
Ms. Rachel Russ, you are ready to speak.
Hi, thank you. First, I want to thank you for your service to our community. I'm a local resident and business owner, and I just want to say thank you, first of all. And I understand tonight you're deciding on the budget for the police, and my request is that you transfer funding from police services to services better equipped for much of what the police are currently tasked with. By shifting half or more of the police budget to housing, mental health, schools, drug addiction, we can meaningfully address many of our community's challenges, as well as send a message to our people of color members of Flagstaff that this is a safe place to raise their families. We know there's a better way. I know you've been looking into it, and I trust you to make a great choice around this. And I want to share one other thing, which is that I had the honor of working 10 years ago with the Human Services Campus in Phoenix, and there was a very successful model pilot project there, and it involved diverting police resources to services, and crime in the area, which was the highest in the valley, went down over 50%. So that's just one example, and I know you're looking into more of these, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next caller, please.
Hi, thank you, City Council, for your time today. My name is Bessie Kisat, and I am a resident of the East Side. And as a parent of 4 children ranging in ages from 3 to 19, I am deeply concerned about safety in our community. And I want to strongly urge you to reduce the Flagstaff police budget by 55% and to divert funding that is currently used for the police to other social services that will better contribute to a reduction in crime. An enormous proportion of police calls in our city, like most cities, are for issues related to intoxication and addiction, being unsheltered, and mental health. And all of these would be better dealt with by social service agencies whose orientation and training is better suited to compassionately and effectively care for these problems. So policing at its very best provides Band-Aid solutions to these social problems, and at worst is a purveyor of harm in and of itself. So funding organizations that can actually effectively deal with these issues, both in crisis situations and also in deeper long-term ways, will keep all of us much safer in the long run. I really urge you to consider model programs in other cities that use unarmed social workers and healthcare workers to respond to many crisis situations that in Flagstaff currently are dealt with by the police. A really good example of this is the CAHOOTS program, which stands for Crisis Assistance Helping Out on the Street in Eugene, Oregon. And there's another program in Denver that just started in June, and it was modeled off the CAHOOTS program. There was recently a review of that new sort of pilot program in Denver, and it was marked for expansion because it had really overwhelmingly positive reviews. So I just want to say that now is the time to divert the funding that has been used for policing towards making our community genuinely more safe for those experiencing crisis and also for the Flagstaff community as a whole. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Next caller, please.
Mayor and Council, I have Yisha on the line. Yisha, you may speak.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Hello, Mayor and Council members, and thank you for taking the time to listen to me. Thank you also to the workers who are helping us call in to give comments this evening. I appreciate it. My name is Isha Ng. I grew up in Flagstaff, and I will always consider it home. I appreciate the mayor and city council members taking the time to attend this special meeting. I realize this isn't an easy problem to solve, but Flagstaff is looking to make the right decisions. And one thing that I was taught was that conversations are usually more complex than just black and white. There's usually some gray area. And this conversation is more complex than defund or don't defund. And it's not just about Flagstaff. I think that the city council's job is to think about where we should spend more money, but also about where to find spending. Because
I lost the connection.
Okay, let's go to the next caller and you can see if you can get a hold of her again.
Ms. Nina Porter, could you please go ahead?
Yes. Hi. Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Nina Porter. I've been living in Flagstaff for the last 12 years, educator mostly, and I just want to encourage you tonight to really consider defunding the Flagstaff PD by at least 55%. I know that in my time in Flagstaff, I've had my fair share of emergencies and crises, and it's so nice to have people who you can call who know what to do when you're in a crisis. And unfortunately, police have been put as the catch-all, as the people that we're supposed to call who are supposed to know what to do in all situations. And unfortunately, that's just not true, especially when it comes to poor people and people of color. Police just don't always know what to do. And so I wanted to encourage you to defund the Flagstaff Police and instead invest the almost $13 million that we could have from the Flagstaff Police budget, and instead invest these specific resources to support people, particularly people who are in mental health crisis and mental health crisis responders. I heard the person before me, or before the person before me anyway, talk about the CAHOOTS as a specific example of people who are trained to recognize and support mental health crisis. And many of these models, as she was saying, exist, and we can absolutely bring them to Flagstaff, and it will only enrich our community. It will take pressure off of people who are not adequately trained to respond to mental health crisis, and it will empower our community members to get the care that they need when they're in crisis or an emergency. And secondly, we can use some of that money to go towards housing and community resources that will help keep people out of crisis situations. Instability and insecurity are major ongoing crises in our Flagstaff community, and the police don't help with this. But we can, with money from the police budget, instead reallocated towards community resources, we can build the resources as infrastructure that really do support people and keep people secure and stable and out of crisis. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Next caller, please.
I have Yisha on the line again for for 2 more minutes.
Thank you.
All right. I appreciate the mayor and city council members taking the time to attend this special meeting. I realize this isn't an easy problem to solve, but Flagstaff is looking to you to make the right decisions. And I was taught that conversations are usually more complex than just black or white. And this conversation is more complex than just defund or don't defund. And it's not just about Flagstaff. I think the city council's job is to think about where we should spend more money and also where we might redivert spending. The Flagstaff City Council declared a housing emergency in December of 2020. Investing in affordable housing, shelters, addiction rehabilitation, mental health services, community centers, and social services costs money, but it would help our community. And if more of our community has secure housing, then it would also help lighten the load on Flagstaff police officers responding to incidents where unsheltered individuals are arrested or given tickets. Part of the conversation we're having as a city and as a country is about policing, is the fact that our police officers are expected to act as social workers, mental health responders, and more. And that's not fair to officers either. We heard today from a Flagstaff police officer who had to respond to a fight with deadly weapons with no backup. If Flagstaff can respond to mental health situations, help unsheltered individuals, and invest in addiction rehabilitation programs, it will also help the quote-unquote good cops who want to help the community and keep it safe. Police officers have mentioned tonight that FPD is having trouble with understaffing, but this understaffing isn't due to underfunding, but a symptom of our larger housing crisis. It's hard to move to Flagstaff because it's incredibly expensive to live here. So in fact, addressing our housing crisis and providing improved affordable housing might actually help FPD with their hiring problem. Now, I'm not calling about Flagstaff. I'm talking about the overall conversation we're having as a community about lived experiences people have had with FPD and about how targeted social programs could do a better job than FPD in some situations. I'm saying that some social programs are better solved by people whose job is to act as social workers, as mental health advocates, etc. And social programs, substance abuse support, affordable housing, and shelters cost money. So we have to ask, where does the money come from? And I don't think that the police department or anyone should be immune from this question. In fact, redirecting some of the police department's budget toward affordable housing and alternative response models would in fact help the police department. FPD takes up a huge amount of our budget, so we should scrutinize the whole budget, including FPD, to determine where we can invest money in social programs.
Thank you, ma'am. Your time is up. Thank you. Next caller, please.
Mayor, I have Dr. Michael Calkins on the line. Go ahead, Michael.
Hello. My name is Dr. Michael Calkins. I am a resident of Flagstaff, Arizona. I've been here for 7.5 years, almost 8 years. I live at 1801 North Thistle Road. I want to say thank you so much for taking my call, and thank you so much for your service to the community. And I'm calling tonight to urge you strongly to divert resources away from our current police force in order to increase the safety of our community. I believe that, and not just me, when I read the research, it shows that when we move money away from police and fund social services that directly help people, such as housing our homeless, giving affordable housing to those that need it, improving access to our local healthcare systems, both physical and mental, and funding our schools, we provide people with the resources that they need to help themselves get out of poverty, help themselves feel safe, help themselves feel secure. When we have so much money being poured into our police department, people feel, and so for instance, when people get pulled over and there's people who are armed with fatal weapons, then I don't believe that actually makes us safer. We should have people that are providing resources to our community that if there's some kind of traffic violation, people can get pulled over, but those people aren't armed. You get a ticket and it's a civil problem, but you're not at risk of getting killed by a police officer, which is, as we're seeing on a national scale, is a serious problem. I know that when we look at our Native population, Native people make up 10% of Flagstaff, and yet they make up 50% of the arrest population of those people who are arrested. We have systemic racism and bias in our police department, and I don't think that we are going to reform our way out of it. I think we need to take those resources that currently go towards the police and move them into community functions and processes that are able to directly serve people. Let's like I said earlier, let's make sure that we're giving money to affordable housing. Let's get people in houses. I bet if people are not on the street, if people feel safe and are fed, they're not going to be from committing crimes. I think the research holds that up. I also want to say one last thing. I'm wondering about how many people have been calling in and trying to sway you who are from out of town. I'm a local. I'm a resident. I've been here a long time. I know a lot of you. I voted for a lot of you. How many people did Wendy Rogers put up to calling you all and emailing you all to try to sway you around things from people that are not in our community? So I'm wondering, how are your minds being made up here? Who are you listening to? Are you listening to me and my friends and other folks, or are you listening to folks from out of town? Again, I really appreciate your time, and thank you so much. I really trust you that you're going to make the right decision tonight. So thanks so much.
Thank you, Dr. Calkins. Next caller, please.
Miss Destiny Evans, could you please proceed?
Hi, hello. My name is Destiny Evans, and I am a sixth-generation Flagstaffian. I would like to thank you all for listening to me. And honestly, I'm going to ask of council that you guys do not make a decision on this right now, due to the reason because it's funny how the community is saying we are a community, but those same community members will sell to those indigenous individuals and then call the police officers. It's also funny that these same individuals from the community will go about and they understand that people that they live with and or confiding with have mental health issues, and instead of trying to seek other ways, they immediately call the police. I'd also like to look at the police and go, shame on you for expecting us to be kind to you. When you sought this job, you chose this job. Me being a black person, I'm black 24 hours, 7 days a week. I can't just take off a uniform and bam, I can go into a community and not have the police called on me. So I believe that instead of this being hashed out right now, that we as a community need to try and figure out what type of community are we going to be. Are we going to be a hypocritical community that demands everything from police officers? Or are we going to be the type of community that actually takes the initiative and tries to allocate funds to helping better suit the police officers for their jobs? I'd like to say that unfortunately not all police officers are bad, but sadly they fit the description. And I feel like if they know that, then let's start to take the initiative to do better on both sides. Thank you. I allocate my time.
Thank you, Ms. Evans. Next caller, please.
Mayor and Council, I have Barry on the line. Barry, you may speak now. Barry, you may speak now. Barry?
Yes.
You may speak now.
Pardon me?
Yes, you have a 30-second delay. You may speak now.
I can't hear you.
You can speak now.
Yeah, please mute your computer. There's a 30-second delay with the live feed. So please go ahead. If you could mute your computer in the meantime, that would be great.
Mayor and Council, I have Barry on the line. Barry, you may speak now.
I want to thank the mayor and city council for having this meeting. And I also want to thank...
Please, please mute your speaker.
Yes. Mute your computer, please.
Yes.
I'm talking, but you can't hear me, I guess. Oh.
Sir, we can hear you. There's a 30-second delay with the video, so please turn off your video of the meeting so that way you can speak and we can hear you.
Okay, I see. Okay, this is Barry, and I want to thank the city council and mayor for having this meeting. I also want to thank Miranda, Jim, and Adam for responding to my email. I've been a resident here full time. I've been a resident here for
full-time 60 years and a summer resident for 87 years. I appreciate all of the callers' comments. Flagstaff does have social issues, but my concern is, why is the police department going to be the source of funding? And I'm fairly well read, and defunding the police has been going on for a year. I have no idea what that means. I've heard very little conversation on what has to be defunded and what the money's going to be used for. So I think what needs to be done is not just defund the police, because my position is not one penny, but find another source of funding for these social issues. I think that you also need to look at the cost benefits of this. There's been no comments from the callers on what is the impact of police defunding going to be on the city. I think that's logically what needs to be explained and looked at. I think there needs to be a cost-benefit analysis, so if you do take money away from the Outlet Police Department, what's going to be the impact on the city of Flagstaff? And then also, I had a conversation, email with Miranda, and if she wants to follow up later in the meeting, I can make some further comments and expand on the issues that I talked to her about. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Next caller, please.
Thank you for having me on tonight. We appreciate being able to speak in front of you. I'm a physical therapist here in Flagstaff. I actually work at the same hospital in which I was born. My husband is also from here. My family has been here since the 1960s. We're longtime Flagstaff residents. I'm here tonight because I would urge you to actually increase funding to the Flagstaff Police Department. These men and women put their lives on the line every day that they go into work not knowing whether they will come home at night. We are good friends with the Maritz's family, who, well-known Flagstaff local, a police officer shot and killed here in Flagstaff years ago. We've grieved with his family as they lost their son and their husband for doing his job. Had there been more assistance that night, he might have been here to be with his family. But we would ask that you would increase the education, the funding for this education and the training, that you would increase more staff for the police department, that they may have better competitive pay, so that they would be able to stay here and not be doing lateral transfers to other departments around the state and around the nation. Please give them more tools to help keep them and our community safe. Train these officers and hire more people for increased support. We just urge you that you would not take away funds that are already scarce in this department. It is not going to unnecessary things that these are men and women who put their lives on the line every day. Please, please, please show your support of that and do not be taking away funds from them. Thank you again. I ask that you would listen to our comments and that you would hear us out. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next caller, please.
Mayor and Council, I have Sarah on the line. Sarah, you may speak now.
Hi, my name is Sarah Grace Crocco. I'm a resident of Flagstaff, Arizona, and I'm calling to vocalize my support for a 55% at minimum defund of the Flagstaff Police Department. In the past few months, I have heard arguments in support of the police that footnote survivors of sexual and domestic violence. As a survivor myself, I feel it's important to mention and share that not only do the police do very little to provide aid to survivors of this type of violence, but in fact, they enact humiliation, intimidation, and aggression towards those very survivors. In many states across the country, legislators are unable to pass legislation that prevent domestic violence perpetrators from carrying firearms, precisely because so many police officers commit this kind of violence against their intimate partners. I am sick and tired of hearing my fellow citizens of Flagstaff and residents of Flagstaff footnote the experiences of those of us who've had this sort of trauma inflicted on our lives in order to justify police violence that has been proven, particularly in the city of Flagstaff, to be racially discriminatory and notoriously violent. Based on reviews that have been done by the organization Flagstaff, as well as independent scholars, the Flagstaff Police Department is distinctively violent, particularly against Indigenous people and Indigenous men. As a result of these statistics, it only makes sense for the Flagstaff Police Department to have their funding decreased, if not entirely defunded, in a move towards abolition. The things that actually do help survivors of domestic and sexual violence are things like affordable housing, good jobs, comprehensive services, medical care, and other social services. If those who claim to be in support of survivors of gendered violence truly are, then you would not be in support of an inflated racist police department and instead in favor of those social services mentioned. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please.
Ms. Gwen Philman, you may go ahead.
Hi, my family is a longtime resident, some 44 years at Flagstaff. I do support the police department and would like to see it increased and their funding increased, not decreased. Yes, there are some bad policemen in all areas. There's just as there are bad physicians and bad nursing staff and whatever. Those just need to be weeded out and everyone's trained to do the best job that they can. And my question is, what's going to replace them? We already have this border problem. It's only going to come up towards Flagstaff as the summer gets hotter. And we're going to need protection from the police department. Yes, I'm sensitive that they are not all doing the right thing for the citizens and not responding as we might want them to. Those, I think, need more training and maybe more support. And additional people instead of fewer people. That's all I have.
Thank you, ma'am. Next caller, please.
Mayor, I have Deidre Conroy on the phone. Deidre, go ahead.
Okay, I am.
And Deidre, please remember to mute your speakers on your computer.
Okay, yeah, the speaker computer is muted. My name is Deirdre Conroy, and I'm calling in to urge City Council of Flagstaff to go ahead and defund the police. There's been lots of really compelling reasons shared by the dozens of calls from people who live in the community have been talking about either witnessing violence that they've seen the police commit or witnessing violence committed by people associated with the police. Someone spoke earlier to threats from Blue Lives Matter community members, and recently there have been lots of things shared online about the types of conversations that they have within their private chat groups, to which Charlie Odegaard is a member and witnesses a lot of these conversations. And as community members who work in mutual aid and actually try to attend to the needs in Flagstaff, which are affordable housing and community mental health care and food for people who don't have access to food, it's really incredible that people in positions of power will continue to justify the existence of the police when there have been so many examples of police shooting unsheltered people in the neck or killing 78-year-old men in their homes or otherwise being associated with violence committed by people in the Blue Lives Matter group. And I think it's worth calling attention to, what is the demographics of the people who are calling in to either increase funding for the police or prevent the defund. And for the most part, they're majority white, affluent community members in Flagstaff who represent such a small minority. Most of this town lives below the poverty line, which are all seen as targets by police. And
I'll stop it there because I have been rambling for a while, but I urge you to consider defunding the police for the safety of the community and to think about the demographics of the people calling in for police funding, and if they're even local, as was mentioned by previous people, and if their intentions are really to keep the community safe, or if it's to continue to hog resources and to try and hide the problems in this town.
Thank you. Next caller, please.
Mayor and Council, I have Larissa on the line. Larissa, you may speak now.
Hi, thank you for listening to me today. My name is Larissa George. I've been a resident of Flagstaff for 3 years. I would urge you not to make a decision on this in this manner. I think this is a national problem. The police here, from my experience, are doing what they need to do. There is a large housing issue here. I think there's also a large issue with homelessness, which is typically due to addiction, people that are self-medicating. And I think if you take police off the street, you're going to have even more of a problem with crime and theft and things like that. I think you have to look at mental health issues, but when it comes back around, as far as who's going to pay for that, that's a long-term issue. It's not an instant take the money from the police. My experience with social work from the Midwest was that social workers actually needed police to go with them for their own safety, and we had a rise in battery and crime against social workers. So I don't think this has been completely thought out. I think people need to take a breath and take a step back and realize what you're asking for. We need to support our police, educate our police, and help them in any way that we can. I think for as many people as show up for these meetings, we should be out there as a community helping other people. There are lots of ways to do that as a community without taking away the rest of the community's safety and causing more problems. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please.
Mr. Daryl Marks, could you please go ahead?
Good evening. Yate, first want to acknowledge the lands that we stand on. This land being the land of the indigenous peoples who've existed here for millennia before there ever was Flagstaff. And those individuals that resided in this area have been impacted and affected, obviously by the establishment of Flagstaff, but continued trauma has been inflicted on them. I heard earlier in the call that there was a reference to transient. I don't see our relatives that live in the areas coming to this community as transient because this is their home to begin with. And I come to you tonight to speak to you about the actions that I've seen and heard over the years, and I've had many conversations with you there as well as to our police department in hopes over the years that things would change. I'm a father. My children were born here, and I struggle with the future that they have because I've seen and heard from them over and over where they've had police profile them, bother them, just simply for walking down the street. I don't feel that my children are safe here in Flagstaff, and it's not because there's violence and there's crime, but there is bias and racism. And that, unfortunately, is supported and encouraged in our police department because I've had an opportunity to sit in the courthouse before, and I've heard police officers, older police officers, tell younger police officers about their encounters with visitors from other communities and how they've forced them out and certainly soiled their experience by mistreating them and then laughing about that. I've heard in many times when young people would go into the council chambers and they told police officers standing outside, "You scare me." And the police officer said, have said, yes, that's why we're here. And I don't know if that is your understanding of law and order, and if that's what you're seeking, then I'm sorry, that sounds very fascist, and that sounds very wrong. And this is my home. This is where my people have been and will always be here. There's always going to be individuals that move to Flagstaff and move away. My people won't. And so there needs to be a change. Behavior is inappropriate. The city council knows you have an MOU with the Navajo Nation, and I've yet to see any change. There's been years of training and orientation and talks of reform, but still there's no change.
I'm sorry, Mr. Marks, that's the time.
Thank you, Mr. Marks. Next caller, please.
Mayor, I have Mr. Anthony Garcia on the line. Anthony, go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, DZ, Vice Mayor Daggett, Council, Management and staff, my name is Anthony Garcia, and I just wanted to briefly speak to you about some observations that I've made from my new post on South San Francisco Street, where I welcome guests into an establishment and help them out with their duties that happens to be right across from our rescue mission. And it's been a great experience to interact with the homeless and those that are in need of assistance at those times in their lives, and to really get to know them, since I'm really staring at them for many hours a day. And in that time, also getting to know the police force and how they're dealing with that corner, which is just one corner of the city. I can't speak to the entire police force. Some of the things that I've seen are in cold weather, or 2 incidents when it was snowing and 2 incidents when it wasn't snowing, police officers bringing people that needed assistance to the shelter. And I hope I don't get anybody in trouble, but there was even one situation where the person that brought to the shelter was a little bit inebriated, and they weren't violent, they weren't causing a problem, but you can tell they were drunk. And I guess the point I'm trying to make is I see them using discretion, like the kind of discretion that we're screaming for. I see them using it, and these are very few situations that I'm seeing this in, but I'm actually seeing it with my own eyes. And I needed to let people know that. I'm not here to advocate for the police. I was once arrested for resisting arrest. I think that's all I got convicted for too, so that's kind of weird. But what I'm saying is I've seen both sides of this. And now what I'm seeing on the streets, on that corner, is police that are really using their judgment in situations where they could probably persecute people or probably take them in for crimes or for public intoxication or whatnot, and they're not doing that. They're bringing them to services in their police cars. They're high-fiving them. They're giving them hugs when they get out of the car. And sometimes you can tell it's a little uncomfortable for them, but they're doing it because they're not just trying to be the bad guy. They're trying to help out in those situations, those few situations that I've been, apprised of in the last few months being in that location. And also when the police are called, they're not just the strong arm of the law. They're usually very diplomatic, and there's times when they do have to take people in because of things that happen, that assaults and things that do happen. They're still very gentle in those situations, and maybe it's just because I'm watching. Maybe they look at me and they're like, that guy. Got to make sure that we're being nice now, but I don't think that's the case. I think that's what they're being taught.
Thank you, Mr. Garcia. Your time is up. Next caller, please.
Ms. Sheena White, could you please go ahead? Ms. White, could you please go ahead?
Hi, good evening, council members. I just wanted to thank you for taking my call. As a born and raised citizen of Flagstaff, Arizona, I have seen Flagstaff grow a lot, and I personally feel that defunding the Flagstaff Police Department would be a very bad idea. I'm all about, resources for mental health and stuff, but I do not feel that those resources should come from the police department. I think the police department needs help with funding for educational stuff, training stuff, and for staffing, which I think if that money is given to them for that stuff, then they can have a better understanding of the stuff that they might be dealing with. I don't feel that the taxpayers' money should be going to pay for babysitting daycares for people that choose to live a lifestyle of being drunk, being homeless. I understand some people don't always choose that, but unfortunately, if people don't want to help themselves, why are we going to constantly be the people trying to help people that don't want to help themselves? I think Flagstaff Police Department needs a lot of help and training and staff, and by taking more money from them, we're just spitting in their face, telling them that we don't care and we don't appreciate for what they do for us and showing up every single day. I think that resources need to come from other places. I don't care where y'all find it. Y'all just passed and legalized marijuana, so take it from there. But I think that defunding the police department and taking any money from the police department is a very, very, very bad idea. We need to support them. We need to teach them, and we need to give them the tools that they need to be a strong force so that our community doesn't feel threatened by them or whatever. I personally have never felt threatened by the law. I've been in trouble a few times in my lifetime, but never once was it the police officer's fault. That's all I have for y'all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Next caller, please.
Mayor and Council, I have Morgan on the line. Morgan, you may now speak.
Thank you for taking my words under consideration tonight, Council. Just want to speak really shortly about the events that occurred outside of the City Hall tonight. This is a very horrendous display of racial epithets being thrown at people of color and minorities, all sorts, by a completely Anglo crowd that was, so-called on the side of the police. Now they were open carrying weapons, stepping into traffic, disrupting traffic, basically doing everything to cry everyone else that they disliked for. I think it was a very shameful moment for this town. And rest assured, footage will be shared with national organizations worldwide. Anyways, when it comes to the allocation of our tax dollars towards services that are directed towards law enforcement, the conversation is indeed broad. Social scientists, criminologists, professors, public policy makers, social workers, the community, etc., all need to be consulted. This is not a narrow discussion, however, in order to have a productive one, we the people, especially those in the most underserved and marginalized communities, need to be heard. But see, the thing is, this conversation that we're supposed to be having tonight, it's already happened. These conversations have been going on for decades. And in historical perspective, the abolitionists of the 1800s, the freedom fighters of the early 20th century, to the American Indian movement and groups like the Black Panther Party for self-defense in the 60s, and also LGBTQIA movements from Stonewall to now, in the more contemporary sense, the movement for BIPOC lives has been discussing this. And folks are exhausted discussing this. When the people are exhausted, of course, they feel their voices aren't heard and they will make themselves heard. The Minneapolis Police Department and 3rd Precincts, they found out the hard way. Cities and streets around the globe found out the hard way. How much longer will the community here hold out with milquetoast liberalism and phony allusions to things like community policing when we don't even see equal protection of our enforcement under law as it stands? This happens tonight. So, on March 24th, 2018, the unsheltered community here in Flagstaff organized a demonstration and demanded a homeless bill of rights. Brave souls spoke up directly to the so-called leadership and fell on deaf ears, clearly because what we see right now. This is after decades of profiling and frozen unsheltered neighbors, indigenous neighbors, bodies being pulled out of tunnels with washes. It's an embarrassment. A robust inpatient and outpatient services center that respects traditional values and rights of the indigenous peoples of these lands is sorely needed. The police departments themselves in their circles complain that they're not mental health care professionals. Of course they're not. They complain about being tasked with too much. Well then, let's assign resources allocated to them, to professionals that are unarmed. Once they're capable of treating our neighbors with
Charlie, time.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Your 3 minutes has ended. Thank you. Your 3 minutes has ended. Next caller, please.
Mayor, I have Miss Susanna Keene on the phone. Susanna, are you set?
Hello?
Yes, there's a lot of background noise, but it's your turn now.
I shut it off. Thank you.
Perfect.
Okay, so I want to thank everybody for their time and allowing me to speak here. We are in full support of our Flagstaff Police Department, and we 100% are opposing to defunding in any shape, form in defunding our Flagstaff Police. We have had nothing but great experiences with our police department. We have been in situations where individuals have tried to manipulate police or police reports, and the police department and our police officers have done nothing but stay true through it all. They have not been persuaded by any falsehoods or anything negative. I just cannot speak enough about how amazing and wonderful our Flagstaff Police Department have been. And so we are in full support of them and opposed to any defunding that may be considered for our Flagstaff Police. So I would really hope that you reconsider the services that they're providing to us, to our community, how much safer and better we feel knowing that they are there. And I truly smile every time I see them. When I pick up our children at our school and I see a police officer there ensuring that things are just going well, just their presence is a very comforting feeling for me, for our family. We frequently let our children know that they are, they're part of the good guys. They're here to assist us and help us. So please do not defund our Flagstaff Police Department.
Thank you, Ms. Keene. Next caller, please. Next caller.
Mayor, I have Rachel Beller on the phone. Rachel, please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Rachel. I've lived in Flagstaff. I was born and raised here. I am calling in support of the Flagstaff Police Department. A lot of people are talking about a national issue and defunding the police. That is not Flagstaff. If you have gotten to know our Flagstaff Police Department, they support our community and are an asset to our community in protecting it. For those of you who are speaking out against the police, I urge you to take the Citizens Academy and go and see what our police officers are doing every day. They put their lives at risk going into work every day. They don't know if they're going to come home to their families. There's people on here talking about how expensive housing is. If you're defunding the police, how are those police officers supposed to live and support their families in this town? I do not think that we should defund the police. I do not think that we should make this a bigger city issue. I've lived in Flagstaff my whole life, and the police here are an asset to our community. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next caller, please.
Mayor and Council, I have Nora on the line. Nora, you may speak now.
Okay, thank you. So my name is Nora Timmerman. I've lived in Flagstaff for the last 8 years, and I work at NAU. I have 2 young children. I love to garden, dance, and I love to organize in my community to make it more sustainable. So lately I've been posting information about defunding the police on my Instagram account. My cousin asked me the other day to explain what did I mean and how would defunding work. And what I said to her is that defunding the police is about investing in prevention instead of punishment. And it's really about strengthening our ability to take care of each other and creating actually way more public safety for all people. I I recently read a report from a researcher who studies defunding the police and the efficacy of community-based solutions. And their research found out, and I want to share this with everybody here, I'm going to quote that inequality is the best predictor of murders, violence, and other crimes. And this is the important part. So any long-term solution to our social woes must be anchored in building a more equitable and just system. That's the end of the quote. So basically what this tells us, and what I think we have to learn as a society and really as the city of Flagstaff, is that if more, or let's imagine most or all, if all people had stable incomes and a place to live, medical care, counseling support, and supportive community, then the kinds of criminal activity that some people are scared of when they hear calls to defund the police, they go way, way, way down. So, again, the call to defund is a call to take funding away from punishment and put funding toward prevention. We have to improve the quality of life for people. And when we do, we have more safe and more healthy communities for everybody. The only way this can happen in Flagstaff is if the city chooses to financially invest in social programs and to defund the police. The police do not keep people safe. They actively harm too many of our Indigenous, undocumented, and Black community members. What does keep people safe is secure housing, access to medical and mental health care, stable income, and community members that can support each other and keep each other accountable. I support emergency responders like the Cahoots program in Eugene, Oregon. I support community-based violence prevention programs like the Choose to Change program in Chicago. And I'm calling today to ask the Flagstaff City Council to take leadership in creating real public safety for our community by defunding the police by 55% to invest $13 million into social services. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please.
Ms. Carmelita Chief, please go ahead.
Thank you, and thank you, City Council, for having this discussion. I'm here to ask you to divert funds from policing services and put it towards supporting the mental health, behavioral health, and affordable housing initiatives that are co-designed by the communities that are most impacted by the health inequities here in Flagstaff. And the key word is co-designed. I am a Navajo woman, and my lineage is rooted here, along with all Indigenous peoples who call Flagstaff and surrounding places home. Hello, can you still hear me?
We can. Please keep going.
Okay. And earlier I heard a comment also referring to Indigenous people who have been entangled in the law enforcement as transients and not from the city, and that was particularly upsetting because this is our homeland. We are rooted from time immemorial here, and it is a travesty that our people are treated with such horrible and brutal violence. And border towns like Flagstaff are known to be one of the most violent places for Indigenous people, often criminalized and stereotyped, which is how they have these interactions with law enforcement. And the violence doesn't stop there. It continues into a system of incarceration where they are disconnected from family, disconnected from the feeling of what it means to be human, and treated other than. So I am in support of diverting funds away from the policing services, because traditionally, Indigenous approaches had followed this direction, where people who were not on the path of wellness were provided with community support. They were provided with counseling to help them get back on the path of wellness, which does impact the community's well-being overall. And this is a dignified practice that respects the humanity of a person. And so I'm asking you also to please divert funding to those services that I had mentioned before, because this is ultimately how you care for your community. And the public health science does support this. So with that, I want to say, let's please invest in our community. And with that, concludes my comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Chief. Next caller, please.
Mayor, we had a slight I lost one of my callers to a personal matter, so it's just going to take us a second to get our next caller on the line. My apologies.
No problem. How many callers at this point do we have? Just so we can assess break. We've been at as for a little over 2 hours now, so.
Sure. I believe at this point we do have 4 remaining.
Mayor, we have 3. Miss Linda Sitz didn't pick up the phone, and we have Michael Rhodes on the phone now. Michael, could you please go ahead? Michael, could you please go ahead? Michael, can you hear me? Mr. Rhodes, please go ahead.
All right, thank you very much. I'd like to thank the City Council and Mayor Ducey, please. Thank you very much for letting me have an opportunity. I didn't write anything down. I'm just going to kind of wing it here. Watching everything go on in the news and everything else, I can't believe we're actually considering defunding our police department by 55% or more. These guys put their lives on the line. I deal with a company that I have to call them at times. And guess what? It's not fun to call on people that you don't want to call on, but they're causing a disturbance in the communities. I can't stress the fact that we've lost good cops, and yes, there is some bad ones out there. I agree. I understand. What we witnessed on TV and stuff is not right, all of it. But there's facts behind everything. We shouldn't make judgments off of personal feelings. We should make judgments off of what's going on in our area, not what's going on in the rest of the world. I personally feel that our Flagstaff Police Department, and I know a lot of them, we lost one to suicide last year. Is that okay? No one talks about that. Is that okay that these guys go home and struggle with that? Men and women go home, struggle with that, and then come back out to put their lives on the line and protect us no matter what. They will jump in front of a bullet for you. Yes, there's bad ones out there. There's bad doctors. There's bad dentists. There's bad lawyers. There's bad all of that. But to single it down to Blue Lives Matter, I apologize, and I think it's horrible that the lady that spoke earlier had experienced that with that, because that's not who the true supporters that back Blue Lives Matter are about. It's not about them either. We have firefighters that struggle. We have paramedics that struggle. We have people with mental illness. I get it. Defunding the Flagstaff Police Department to make other things happen, there's got to be a different way. Because once you take police out of the community, then everyone comes here knowing that they can get away with the things that they want to get away from or with. You know, they're criminals. There's people out there that are criminals, scammers. They do it all. Some of you have been scammed. Some of you haven't. Some of your lives have been ruined because somebody scammed you. It's not okay. We cannot defund our police department. That's not the answer. That's about all I can say. Thank you very much for your time, Mayor, City Council. Please do not defund our police department. It's the only thing that's keeping us safe.
Thank you, Mr. Rhodes. Next caller, please.
Mayor and Council, I have Morgan on the line. Morgan, you may speak now.
Thank you. I just wanted to call in and voice my opinion and concern of defunding the police. I'm wholly and totally opposed to it. Any of these projects for alternative policing models should not come at the expense of a police budget. There's other avenues that need to be identified, and it should not come at the expense of a police budget or anything like that. I don't believe that any of these statistics or opinions put out by Flagstaff or anything else is accurate or anything like that. I absolutely wholly oppose any changes to the police budget that would take money away from officers. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please.
Mayor, I've got Erin on the line. Erin, you can go ahead and give your comments now.
Hi, my name is Erin Morostica, and I would just like to say I'm fully in support of our police department. We have lived here, my husband and I, 32 years. We've raised our 5 children here. We feel it's a wonderful town. We would like to keep it like that. I know a lot of people are talking about housing and mental health, and that is a huge concern here. But I don't see how defunding the police is going to help with our housing. I think there's other avenues that can be gone down for that. And also, as far as mental health, I'm sure there's other resources that we could pull from. But to take away from our police department, we need to have those resources just as strongly. And I fully support our police department, its leadership, all its members, and the services they provide for the citizens of Flagstaff. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Do we have anyone else on the line before we could take a break? Because it seems like
Council,
more coming in.
Mayor and Council, I have Jerry on the line. Jerry, you may speak now.
Thank you.
Yes, hello, good evening, City Council, Mayor, City Flagstaff, all the esteemed people attending. A lot of time to talk. I'm a resident here in Flagstaff, and I'm a veteran. I was homeless on the streets, caught up in the system big time, bad. Alcohol and drugs, it ruined my life. Got caught up in drug court, passed it with flying colors. Asked Judge Reed. He's a solid judge. Went through the foundation house. I've been sober for almost 4 years. Off alcohol and drugs, life is great. I'm a small business owner. I own Friendly Audio Video. It's a name you can trust. DirecTV and Suddenlink come to me with problems. And I used to be somebody that was caught up in the system. Caught up in the drugs, caught up in the alcohol. I used to sleep on the streets. But thank God for the programs that the city has available, and what you guys do have. And I know that the city can output more people like me. I'm now a board member with the Foundation House. And I constantly am in a state to give back. I'm so grateful for it. There's no way any of us here could say that it's cheaper to just keep putting the same people in jail over and over and over and over and over again. That jams up the system. That jams up the taxpayer. We can't just keep band-aiding the problem. But if the cops could have another tool, to maybe throw somebody, instead of throwing them into jail, getting them, special teams to address certain mental health problems, which are normally no-brainer, drug and alcohol related, that might be able to alleviate the stress and the strain of continual repeat offenders. It's better for the person, right? Because that's the ultimate goal, right? We want to save people. We want people to have good lives, sober, if possible, right? And that's going to alleviate the strain of the taxpayer by putting the same people into jail over and over and over again, and they don't get a result. I'm not sure exactly what the game plan would be, but I think it's logical to assess this and maybe address, this a little further. Let's peel back a few layers of the onions. Adam Shimoni is a good advocate of this. He was an integral part of drug court. He knows the system. It wouldn't be hard to maybe sit down and maybe try to compile a plan of who to put together to come up with a plan, and maybe we could address it and vote on it at a later time. But to just dismiss this type of funding for the police, I don't think would serve any of us a justice. And especially the person that's suffering. The person being thrown in the handcuffs. And I don't have a lot of time more to speak. So, with that, I said my piece. I hope I had said something that sparked some interest, because I can tell you, if someone like me, can go from what I did to what I have now, a lot of people can, and I think that's going to just be great for everybody. The taxpayer, the person, the cops, the police, the crime rate, it is possible. People can get better.
Thank you, sir. Your 3 minutes is.
The money for this team.
Thank you. Well, at this time, we are getting more callers starting to come in, and we've 7:20. We've been at this for 2 hours and 20 minutes. So let's take a 10-minute break and return at 7:30. Thank you. Ms. Salzberg, and we can continue on with the public participation. That would be great.
Thank you, Mayor. We are back live streamed. And Stacy, are you ready with our next caller?
Yes, Miss Christy Wickland, you are ready to go ahead. Please proceed.
Hi, good evening. I'd like to thank you, Mayor and City Council, for this opportunity to speak with you tonight. I'm calling because I'm opposing defunding the police. I think what's absent in this entire conversation is big picture. Number one, the practicality of what's being proposed. Number two, how it would be executed. And number three, the decision to do this quickly versus doing an assessment that would ensure that any type of changes or programs would be successful. Just to give you a little bit of background on myself, I'm a Flagstaff resident. I was born and raised, and my family moved there in the 1950s, so we have quite a history in Flagstaff. What we're talking about tonight is a culture change. This isn't just something that you do overnight. It's a culture change. I think as city government, it would be best to look more at strategic long-term planning, which I believe would be more effective as government versus a short-term plan where there hasn't been a solution-focused assessment. It's very clear that there's a lot of division in the community. In my experience, effective leadership seeks to unify a community and not split it apart. Some of the questions I would have in an assessment: what are the resource availabilities? If the cost of living is so high and we need more mental health professionals and psychologists, social workers, how would we expect to get more resources if they can't even afford to move to Flagstaff? That's one of the big things that keeps coming to my mind with this. The housing crisis is not new. I left Flagstaff in 2001 because I could not afford to live there after being a lifelong resident. And I know that's happened to a lot of locals. So this is something that's not new. In regards to homelessness, my brother was homeless and died on the streets. So I'm very well aware of the issue with that. And my heart goes out to those people. But as far as integrating more community resources, this is something, again, that's a culture change. This isn't something that happens overnight. And I really think that doing a defund of the police right now would lead to more crime. Again, there's not enough time to plan, to assess how much it would cost the community as a whole, and really to give everybody a chance to speak their voice. That's all I have tonight, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you, ma'am. Next caller, please.
Mayor and Council, I have Linda on the line. Linda, you may now speak.
Hi, thank you for taking my call. I am a minority, and I have lived in Flagstaff for about 7 years. I have had maybe 2 to 3 interactions with the Flagstaff police officers, mostly for speeding. With every interaction that I've had, I felt like I was treated with dignity and respect. I feel like they were keeping the community safe and doing a good job. I would also say I did not feel like they were racist from my experience, and that they help people regardless of race. I think it is also important to acknowledge that there are also minority police officers, and that the narrative that all cops are white and racist is false. Funding for mental health, addiction, and homelessness is important and should be supported, but I do not think funding needs to come from reallocating funds from the Flagstaff Police Department. Another caller mentioned taking funds from legalizing marijuana for those services, and I thought that was a good idea. I highly urge you to not decrease funding for the Flagstaff Police Department and keep our community safe. Thank you to the Flagstaff Police Department, and thank you, Mayor and Council members, for your time.
Thank you. Next caller, please.
Mayor, I have Ann Ingram on the line. Ann, you can go ahead and speak now.
Thank you, Mayor and Flagstaff City Council. We appreciate all your efforts and all your concerns.
that you're addressing. I'm tremendously concerned and alarmed about discussing defunding the Flagstaff Police Department. Our family moved to Flagstaff from California nearly 30 years ago, and we've been tremendously grateful for the increased safety we feel living here, thanks to the exemplary service of our Flagstaff Police Department. We've had opportunities to interact with many FPD officers over the years and have been so grateful for their protection, sacrifice, and care for our mountain community. There are countless examples of Flagstaff Police Department's ongoing efforts to collaborate and partner with our diverse neighborhoods. They have community meetings, neighborhood meetings, they follow up, they have community policing initiatives and organized forums. They're doing many things to try and help. My big concern is what some other people have expressed. Why does this money have to come from the Flagstaff Police Department? They're understaffed. They're short-handed. One officer was talking about not having backup, and now we're talking about cutting the budget more than in half. And it really seems that we should take these funds from other areas where it won't hurt our police department to give us the safety. Those who allege that the Flagstaff police officers, quote, shoot and kill at a rate of 6 times the national average are significantly inflating the statistic based on situations at other law enforcement agencies and outside of FPD's area of responsibility. Because of this, it's a great concern to me and many of our friends and acquaintances to see the push to defund when it's not based on accurate statistics. In other areas of our country, officers are being killed and attacked, run over, their lives are threatened constantly, and yet our police officers here are protecting us even at risk of their own lives. Police officers put their lives on the line every single day by their sworn commitment to protect and serve, but when they come under attack, they're giving at risk in their own lives, and many are being severely injured or killed. We speak from personal experience on how heartbreaking it's been to lose several police officers here. One of them that was referred to was Tyler Stewart. The thing is, Tyler Stewart was addressing a domestic violence call. That was issue related to violence. It would not have been a social service call. And he died in a battle with the individual that he was trying very desperately to help. And so that was a police issue. And the person who addressed the fact that police, sometimes social services need the police department to assist them, that would be the case with Tyler Stewart, or possibly it would have just purely been a police issue. Anyway, I'm just really concerned where the funds are coming from, that it should not come from our police department, and we should not be defunding our police. They are invaluable to our community, and they have made the difference in why we're living here for these past 30 years. Thank you very much, and thank you, City Council and Mayor, for all your efforts. We're very grateful.
Thank you, ma'am. Next caller, please.
Ms. Allison Minkle, could you please go ahead?
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. There are many reasons why defunding the police is a bad idea, but I wanted to highlight a few of the more important reasons to keep in mind as these discussions continue. Many issues of police-involved violence occur because officers are not properly trained on when and how to use their equipment. Defunding the police takes away the resources that are needed to make sure officers are properly trained on things like the use of force continuum and de-escalation techniques. Although police abuse of power is rare, overall, just one time is too many and enough to cause years of unnecessary. The less training is available, the more likely we are to see officers relying on their instincts instead of on best practices, developed over decades of experience by teachers and trainers. This one might seem obvious, but it's worth stating explicitly. Lower police budgets mean fewer police officers keeping our streets and communities safe. But it's not only that. Defunding the police places a greater strain on existing officers and reduces the likelihood that they'll quit or perform their jobs ineffectively because they're burned out. Finally, perhaps the most compelling reason why defunding the police is a bad idea Police officers around the country keep us safe from drugs, violence, gangs, domestic abuse, and a myriad of other threats to the American way of life. No other branch of government or social service agency can do the job quite the same way. It's hard to see the consequences of defunding the police until it happens, at which time it's already too late. As the year progresses, join us in the call to push for common sense police reforms that will make our police officers stronger, keep our communities safer, and restore the respect that police deserve. I believe we all agree that alternate response services would be beneficial, but not at the cost of the Flagstaff Police Department budget. Flagstaff Police Department, we see you and we support you. Keep your heads up. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please.
Mayor and Council, I have Ashley on the line. Ashley, you may speak now.
Hello, how are you guys?
Doing good. Go right ahead.
Yeah, so we're on the topic about defunding the police department, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, yeah, I just don't even really understand how this got on the table to begin with. I can't even imagine our city without officers. I kind of feel like this is like some kind of a bad joke. Our officers are out there to protect us, my children. I have 3 young boys. I couldn't imagine somebody, breaking into my house and we don't have enough officers to come and protect me and my children because you have a bunch of people out there screaming, defund the police. Like, I feel like we're being bullied by the other side, and if we let them get away with this, where does it end? And it just makes me really sad that this is where our city is at right now, that this is even on the table to consider defunding and taking money out of our police officers.
Thank you, ma'am. Next caller, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I have Debbie on the line. Debbie, you may go ahead and give your comments.
Okay, thank you. First of all, I appreciate taking this time to speak to you guys, but I am totally against the defunding the police. First reason is these police officers right now barely make it without their spouses working. They are working overtime. They're working tired, which puts their life on the line to protect you guys, to protect me, to protect my family and my friends. And I don't know what is happening to our world. And yeah, there's a few bad cops, blah, blah, blah. That whole thing is a joke. Everybody should not suffer because somebody does wrong. That's like disciplining all your children for one doing something bad. And to take away anything or to add more to these officers than are already the stress. I mean, I couldn't even imagine getting up in the morning, going to work at an unthankful job, being spit on and called names and being harassed constantly. I would quit. And that's what I'm afraid of. We start taking away the little bit that we are giving our police officers right now. We take that away, you're going to see more police officers leaving. People aren't going to want to come to Flagstaff. And everybody's going to need security doors. Everybody's going to need guns to protect themselves because the people that are on the drugs, people that are walking around with guns and knives and everything else are going to be full-blown. We can't allow this to happen to our men and our women that serve this community. We already, right now, almost can't afford for people to come here. It's so expensive. Rent is expensive. Housing is expensive. Buying is expensive. And these police officers are barely making it. Like I said, their spouses have to work. These guys and women are going to work tired. They're going frustrated. I don't think none of us really get the drift of what they're going through because of those few people that want to make a big rift about this. And I'm going to tell you right now, most of those people don't even have a right. I don't think we should be allowing any of you students that are not actual community people to be voting or to be voicing their opinion. Go back to Tucson or wherever you're from. Do it there if you want. We're listening to these few people that are trying to dig and trying to cause havoc. And it's unspeakable what's happening. And so I really, really hope you guys take to heart what's going on and that our eyes are open to these few nitpickers that are trying to take away the freedom, my freedom. I will not have freedom. I would not want to even go grocery shopping once it's dark anymore. I mean, that's how bad it will be. I really believe that. So I really hope you stop and think that these men and these women are
Thank you,
real
ma'am.
people. They're humans.
Thank you, ma'am. That's 3 minutes. I understand we have one more caller, so go right ahead.
Mayor, I need just a moment to dial him in.
Okay, go ahead.
Off mute. All right, Miss Tyson Oliver, you are ready to start. Please go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Tyson Oliver. I'm trying to also stream this while talking, but I just wanted to make a comment about quote unquote defunding the police. I do understand that you are not defunding them, but you are trying to reallocate funds, which makes sense in the grand scheme of things. However, you are currently 13 officers understaffed, and you are also over 50 officers under the national limit of officers per capita. So we're already less than where we need to be, and then you want to send these men and women out to handle dangerous calls, to handle things going on in Flagstaff that we're not dealing with right now. And you're putting these people out there without any safe protocols. My husband is a police officer. He goes to work. Me and my girls are home by ourselves, and we expect or hope that if we make a call because we feel unsafe in our own home, that the Flagstaff PD will be there for us. And they are not there if you don't have enough of them. So it's honestly not fair for me and my family to send my husband out there handling dangerous situations by himself because there's not enough of them. And then for me and my girls to be at home by ourselves and we don't have a good call time because you don't have enough officers. So if you would like to reallocate the funds, I understand that. I get it. A lot of these officers aren't trained on a lot of these things. Or if they are, it's a short class. So if it takes years to train new people and to get new people in there, that's not what we can look at right now. Right now, if you want to take those 13 open positions and not fill them because you want to use that money for something else, what's the interim plan? That's what I want to know. What are you going to do in the interim to prevent those of us in Flagstaff from waiting for 2 hours for someone to show up, or putting my husband in a dangerous position because you do not
Ma'am, that
want to
is
support
time.
him right now?
Thank you, Mrs. Oliver. All right, with that, that is our last callers, so I would like to turn it into council, and if we get any future callers, please, Ms. Salzberg, have them send their written comments to us and give them our council's email address. So, a lot of discussion tonight. I find that this discussion is extremely important. We have been getting quite a bit from the community, as we've seen again tonight, that this was needed. I think, though, a lot of the focus has been on the word defund. And to my recollection, I don't believe anyone on council, including myself, have ever used those words. What I would like to more focus on is what we're looking to create. We have a situation where our police are terribly overworked. we have a situation for a lot of calls for alternative response. Last Friday, City Council did, and I thank our City Council for taking the first step in creating the structure of an alternative response system. That alternate response system, however, is not funded to the level that is needed to actually take call volume away from our police and fire and be able to divert it towards behavioral health and medics and so forth that could respond in a similar manner as Cahoots or the Camden, New Jersey model, etc. I want to help our community through this process. I want to help to figure a way to get the call volume down for our police officers and to be able to find a situation where we can move forward and have a vision towards that direction. Is it all going to happen tomorrow? No, but I believe we need to really think about what structure we want to create, what it's going to cost, and how we are going to get down that road in a manner that is not going to happen tomorrow, but I can't accept it being 6 years from now. We need to make movement on what we are hearing from our community that can address multiple sides of this issue, and I truly, truly believe that we can address that. So I just think that what we did decide on Friday, with alternate response, the City Council did say that we need to use the marijuana tax for this purpose, but I don't see that as fully sufficient. And that we can discuss, but we need to have the political will to take real substantive action with our decisions and how we're going to move forward. So with that, I will have some other questions. I certainly have a lot of commentary here, but I wanted to provide opening remarks and the fact that for me, I want us to be talking about this as an outcomes-based approach. What is the outcome we wish to seek? Because that comes before a lot of budgetary discussions. That comes before allocations. What is our vision here? To me, it's creating a fully functional Cahoots type model where 20% of the calls can be taken away from our police officers who are getting run into the ground. Creating a system where we can have the behavioral health specialist responding to the behavioral health issues. I mean, if I have a plumbing issue in my house, I don't call an electrician, I call a plumber. So getting the specialized skills to those locations to address the issues facing our community is what I personally wish to seek or wish to see and in short manner. So how are we going to get there? But that is just me. That's just what I would like to see is a fully functional model here very soon. So thank you. And I'm going to have our council members speak today. Here, starting with Council Member Aslan.
Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. I'm glad we're having this conversation tonight. I think it's always better to get these conversations out in the open, make them transparent, and make sure that everybody's voice is being heard. This is a complex issue. It's not easy. A lot of the commenters tonight spoke to the fact that we need to tackle this subject with a bit of nuance. And that's where I'm at too. But I'd like to start off at this time, straight off the bat, with an apology to our police department. There was one caller this evening by the name of Miss Wilson, I believe, who invoked the name of local fallen officer Tyler Stewart in her comments, arguing in favor of defunding the police. I weighed whether or not to comment at that time, but I chose against giving the caller additional time to further what I found to be a highly ill-advised line of argument. Actually, you know, the conversation tonight has mostly been very productive on both sides, and altogether cordial and respectful too, by everyone, including Miss Wilson, I might add. And I'm grateful for that. And I'm proud of everyone for staying so cool here. All of us are coming to the table in good faith, and I want to acknowledge that. But I'm sure that particular invocation of Officer Stewart was painful for the police department to absorb without the ability to offer a response. And I just want to acknowledge that must have been hard. I think I get where Ms. Wilson is coming from, that the very presence of a police officer in that situation escalated the scene. But for her to say, without any sense of irony, that a social worker should have been sent alone into that example of a potentially homicidal situation is a bridge too far for me. Imagine if the theoretical social worker had showed up to a home with where there was a gun and gotten shot instead of a police officer. Imagine what conversation that would have led to back in 2015 or today for that matter. And it reminds me how complicated this whole topic gets right from the start. The fact is that police officers will continue to be on hand or available nearby at most calls, even when we get our alternative response teams up and running. The police will continue to be on hand or nearby for most fire department calls. Calls involving alcohol, drugs, behavioral health issues, or large groups. I know this from my own experience as an active EMT and was reminded recently of it by our local fire union folks. Any of these factors can cause a scene to turn violent quickly and at times not from the patient themselves. Having PD on scene allows fire and alternate responders to focus on the patient and be less concerned about the surrounding scene. Without FPD on those scenes, they would be delayed in engaging the problem and have less hands to assist in patient care. I'm eager to continue the conversation of better funding alternative responses. It's a necessary evolution that all policing in America needs to go through. But we need to keep this local as well. We can't make this national issue into a cookie cutter thing. You know, there are bad politicians out there. Lord knows we all hear stories about bad folks in government. Does that mean here at the local city council level, the 7 of us on this council should have our funding stripped by 55%? That's ridiculous. We need to keep the conversation focused on what this national moment means for our town, and that's going to be different than it is for any other town. I'm not interested in making this into a zero-sum game, particularly here in Flagstaff, where our police department is authentically already understaffed and stressed to the limits, as the mayor just alluded to. Frankly, we need to better resource the police force that we have. I'm deeply troubled when I see the militarization of our local police departments. I don't know that Flagstaff needs armored tactical vehicles and military gear, for example. So please don't mishear me and think I want us to have a military-style presence in our town. But that's not what I'm talking about when I say we need to fully fund our officers. We're understaffed. Our officers are exhausted from doing their basic shift work. They're underpaid, and we're losing our experienced cops to headhunting from other municipalities. We can't talk about defunding the police until we've reached the point where we've appropriately funded the Flagstaff police safety apparatus to a minimum level. Honestly, that's how I see things. I'd like to keep the conversation focused on how we responsibly initiate new efforts and that we see those working adequately over time before we entertain reinventing the wheel. I mean, honestly, we're in a moving vehicle. We can't reinvent the wheel while we're in motion. We can take a look at a map and maybe decide together we're going to venture down a road that's safer for all passengers. And that's where I think the conversation should be focused. Anyway, I'm starting to use metaphors, so I know it's time for me to wrap up and get out of my own way. But before I go, not all of us weighed in initially when I asked for a read of the room about defunding by 55%. That's okay. I realize some of us like to hear the public comments before deciding. And, I too carefully listen and weigh the totality of information before coming to a conclusion. I can be and have been persuaded to change my mind based on information that comes in during council meetings. That's the magic of our transparent public process. But we've heard from the public, and this debate isn't anything new. So I'd again like to ask us all to focus in on what we're discussing here tonight. Do we have a majority of council willing to defund at 55%? I don't think we do, but maybe we need to go around and figure that out. I think we should advance the conversation to what we are willing to do. Personally, like Councilmember McCarthy, I'm not willing to entertain at this time any defunding of the police department whatsoever. But how we resource new ideas and where we get that money from is a conversation I'm willing to engage in, and I'm excited to tackle the subject. I'll go ahead and leave it there for now, and looking forward to the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Salas.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Madam Vice Mayor, and my colleagues on council. I have prepared a statement. Please bear with me and allow me this time and space to share my perspective. First and foremost, I acknowledge and appreciate all members of the public who shared public comments by email and by calling. I respect and value everyone's opinions and perspective. Over 2 years ago, Council has identified the following priorities transitioning to priority-based budgeting: high-performing government, safe and healthy community, inclusive and engaged community, sustainable and innovative infrastructure, robust, resilient economy, livable community, and environmental stewardship. I believe that the city budget in current fiscal year and proposed fiscal year 2021-2022 budget have been evolving to attain these key community priorities. Last year, Council supported the strategic framework for truth, justice, and racial reconciliation put forth by the Flagstaff African American community in partnership with the Southside Community Association to address deplorable racial conditions affecting the nation. This was envisaged by facilitating an all-inclusive community dialogue about Black lives and the lived experience of Blacks in Flagstaff, with regional and national implications, with a series of public forums laser focused on addressing housing, economics, cultural sensitivity, implicit bias, and racial conflict, and countering pervasive anti-Black racism in our midst. I vow to continue working together and building unity in our diverse community and pursue strategic resolutions that can bring us together and to help guide the continuing dialogue of shared destiny. I have strongly advocated for budgetary allocation toward this endeavor and will continue to do so. I can see the possibility that the Live Black Experience initiative in our community can be expanded and can evolve into initiating and hosting community discussions and engagement on lived experiences of Asians and Pacific Islanders in Flagstaff and Northern Arizona. To contribute to civil discourse regarding police funding and reform, I reiterate the purpose of law enforcement in a free society that is to promote public safety and uphold the rule of law so that individual liberty may flourish. Continued trust and accountability between law enforcement and the communities they are sworn to protect is essential to advancing these goals. Without law enforcement, anarchy, chaos, and lawlessness may prevail. The mission of our Flagstaff Police Department is to protect and preserve life, property, public order, and the rights of the individual by providing exemplary service through the establishment of a partnership of shared responsibility, support, and trust with the law-abiding members of the community. I am very confident that every member of our police department abides by this mission with an elevated degree of dedication and compassion. By the very nature of their duty and responsibility, police and firefighters, EMT, remain the only entities of government that consistently and constantly respond to every situation where immediate help is needed. In the 15 years I have lived in Flagstaff, I have seen many times how our highly trained police officers respond to emergency calls in a timely, safe, proactive, and compassionate manner while de-escalating a situation. Every member of our police department receive at least 8 hours of training on fair and impartial policing, an implicit bias course offered by the Fair and Unbiased Policing Institute, a very well-known and respected consortium that has offered training to law enforcement professionals around the country. I have also witnessed the continuing efforts of our police department to collaborate and partner with our diverse neighborhoods to keep our communities safe and well, improving public safety and reducing crime by strengthening accountability and transparency, creating opportunities for educational exchanges such as the Citizens Police Academy, establishing regular neighborhood meetings, maintaining communication and follow-up between these meetings, and organizing forums to discuss policies and tactics. Allow me to share my personal experience. Let me be vulnerable. In June 2008, I was in a controlling, abusive relationship with my alcoholic husband at the time. I was abused verbally, mentally, psychologically, and financially for a while. Then the physical violence occurred. I did not feel safe for myself and my 2 minor sons. I was being thrown out of the house and forced to leave my 2 sons. I felt so helpless, afraid, and alone. I called 911. Within minutes, 2 police officers showed up to de-escalate the situation. My intoxicated husband's behavior at that time was non-compliant, belligerent, and animated to the police officers who ended up calling for backup. I cannot fathom what could have happened to me and my 2 boys had not the 3 police officers shown up, de-escalated the situation, and removed my sons and I from the violent, harrowing situation. The officers made sure my sons and I were safe. They gave me a list of resources I can turn to for assistance. They advised me that I have rights as a non-citizen legal resident of the country and to find a lawyer. Reducing funding for our police department is not the solution and means to achieve the change that is sought by concerned and frustrated members of the community. I believe promoting community policing, embracing systemic reforms, and improving police training, policies, and procedures will require both dedicated resources and an enduring commitment from police officers, police unions, community members, and elected officials at all levels of government. Now is not the time to further limit the capacity of our police department to connect and engage with our communities and to provide services to those who are most in need of protection and assistance. For the record, I am opposed to any reduction in funding for our police department, nor any reduction in services by police and law enforcement. Conversely, I find it necessary to reintroduce funding to support programs such as Black Watch, Neighborhood Watch, to strengthen civic engagement and empower underserved neighborhoods. The Weed and Seed program was effective and successful as a community-based strategy that aims to prevent, control, and reduce violent crime, drug abuse, and gang activity, and thus warrants reinstatement of funding and resources. Please remember that I brought up funding for Block Watch, Neighborhood Watch, Park Watch, and the Weed and Seed program at Council Budget Retreat last week, and I continue to seek Council support on these programs. Additionally, the issues in our criminal justice system extend well beyond the behavior of police officers. Over the years, reductions in state and federal budgets have slashed funding for mental health services, homelessness, substance abuse and recovery services, offender re-entry programs, educational and vocational training opportunities, and programs that promote economic improvement. It is important to note, however, our combined Flagstaff Municipal Court and Coconino County Superior Court have made successful strides with recovery and re-entry programs. By default, our police officers have filled the void created by funding cuts in social and medical welfare systems, which often places police officers in an untenable position. For example, the lack of funding for mental health services by state and federal government in recent years means that the police are often the only one left to call to situations where a social worker or mental health professional would have been appropriate and safer for all involved. Although our police department continues to train officers in crisis intervention and mental health first aid, this does not take the place of proper medical and mental treatment. I fully agree there is a need to provide additional resources to our community to social services, education, housing, and mental health. Fulfilling these needs should not come at the expense of police funding, but rather provide additional resources given to these areas and seek funding support from state and federal agencies. I look forward to continuing inclusive and engaged conversations with our diverse community moving forward. Successfully moving forward requires a comprehensive, determined, and informed policy effort that will involve all aspects of society and all levels of government. Solution will not be simple or cheap, but what will be necessary to effectively address the challenges that confront us. As discussed in our council budget retreat last week, we can strengthen and build upon the Criminal Justice Coordinating Council, CJCC, created in 2005 in partnership by the Coconino County and the City of Flagstaff, with a mission to promote the safety of citizens, efficient and just treatment for offenders, protection and healing of victims, work toward prevention of crime, and reduction of recidivism. At the conclusion of council budget retreat, we have consensus and made a commitment to introduce and fund alternative response model as a big step. Additionally, I invite Council to take the lead in establishing and supporting social infrastructure that enhances social well-being of neighborhoods and furthers economic vitality by providing basic services and facilities which allow residents and businesses to develop and flourish. Social infrastructure focus on health, education, housing, utilities, transportation, civic engagement, correction, and justice. I support and uphold the right to assemble and protest in a peaceful and lawful manner. I am committed to growing our beloved Flagstaff as an inclusive and engaged community with unity in diversity. I am dedicated toward thriving as a unified community in adversity. In closing, with loving kindness, compassion, and respect, I remain a public servant on City Council and a stalwart supporter of law enforcement at all levels of government, especially our Flagstaff Police Department. I thank every member of our police and fire departments and their families for their dedicated service and sacrifices they have made so far and continue to make to serve and keep our community safe and sound. I also take this moment to honor every fallen officer who have sacrificed their life in the line of duty. I especially honor Officer Tyler Jacob Stewart, who died from gunshots as he responded to a domestic violence call on December 27, 2014. And the two police officers that we lost in the last 2 years, Officer Daniel Beckwith and Officer Jarrett Shughart, whom I dearly remember providing security at the council chambers. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Councilmember Salas, and thank you for your bravery in telling your story. It means a lot. Thank you. And I will turn that over to Councilmember Shimoni.
Thank you, Mayor, and good evening, good night, everybody. What a conversation to be discussing. What a divided and difficult conversation. You know, I don't know how many topics we can talk about that are this divisive in our community and so charged. You know, I want to remind us all that, you know, we work to serve the community and the entire community. And I am grateful to the community who spoke out today and over the past weeks and last year, you know, on both sides. I really did my best to take the time to listen to both sides openly and do my best to hear the value in each person's comments. And I have compassion and understanding for both sides. I really do. At least I feel like I do, right? I also want to acknowledge those who didn't speak up and those who didn't engage, those who don't engage on any topic typically, and even those who don't vote. There's a large population who is very disfranchised from city government, from police, from all of our efforts as a government body. And we represent them too. And so, Council, as we're discussing this topic, I ask that we really try to keep our minds open to the greater community that we serve and their needs, because this is a big topic. And although it's extremely divisive, I think that there is a good discussion to be had here. And I'm grateful that we're having that discussion. The struggles we are facing are bigger than any of us here tonight. It's bigger than any of us alive today on the planet. These struggles run deep and are deeply rooted in our history, are traumatic to many of those who are alive today, and are influencing us in our actions and our structures of success every day of the week. There is history behind all of this. And I want to remind people that living in Northern Arizona, where we all came to, except for those who were here before us, we didn't come in peace. We didn't come peacefully. We came and we came in an aggressive, attacking way, of which the repercussions of our efforts still ripple in today's conversations and are alive with us tonight. Our relationship with our tribal partners, people of color, and those who are unsheltered hasn't been a strong point for us. Last year, the public engaged with us late into the budget process, and Council didn't choose to discuss how to handle this topic in regards to the budget. Our police chief came back with 3 different presentations to Council, which were very, very insightful and had lively discussion and dialogue on those topics. We talked about policies, talked about hiring practices, red flags and mental health checks, burnout and alternative response, and amongst other topics. It was a great discussion. The 8 Can't Wait movement rippled through the nation, and body cameras was a talking point as well. I'm proud to say that those were both points of which our local police department were already ahead of. The Live Black experience was then funded by Council, and the discussions that they have hosted through the Southside Neighborhood Association with a large group of partners has been a beautiful and a powerful discussion space throughout COVID, including up until this week. They're still hosting excellent discussions about George Floyd and relations with police and what to do moving forward, locally and nationally. We started exploring things locally. And Chief Musselman, I am so grateful for your openness and willingness and leadership in exploring how to best divert mental health crisis calls from the police department to the Crisis Response Network and our local agency, TEROS, a mobile crisis response team. And we're continuously working on that. So Chief, thank you for that. Chief, we also explored an alternative response system and facility. And to the city team and the local team that has been working on that with myself, I am so proud of our efforts and grateful for your leadership in this process. We talked about funding the alternative response last week and diverting Prop 207 funds, the marijuana tax, to this alternative response. And Council, with your support, we're going to do that. But we also talked about the struggles to fund this alternative response, of which there's two components, right? There's an alternative response, which is going to be very similar to the Cahoots model. And then there's going to be a detox day center facility that we're going to take people to when appropriate and divert them from our hospital or our jail. And that's the real costly component of this effort. But we were focused on the response component alone. And we left that budget retreat telling staff and leadership, go find the money, because we couldn't figure it out as a council at our retreats. Now, I have full faith in us finding the money internally, but funding these alternatives is going to be the real question here. I am grateful to our officers who wake up every day and risk their lives to respond to the calls and the needs of our community. And I want to be very clear that I appreciate you. I really do. I appreciate the work you put yourself through, the stress you bring to your families, and that you choose to work here in Flagstaff. That being said, I do believe we can do better. I really do. You know, again, taking a step back out of my ego, our egos, and looking at our bigger call of duty, which is to protect and serve the public, I do believe we can do better. This isn't about the police. This isn't about anyone who's here tonight. This is about a system of which Flagstaff is operating within. And I do believe we can do a better job at responding to the call and the needs of the public, which, from my understanding, is changing and growing every year and is hard to keep up with, especially all the mental health and behavioral health struggles that our community is facing. As a council member, I want to know what the issues are in our community. We have a budget, and that budget is meant to reflect the council and the community's values and priorities. And that budget needs to invest intentionally in the things that the community needs. And the police budget is not immune from this conversation. I think the police budget at times feels like it's gated and hard to discuss, but as a council member, I feel comfortable discussing our police budget while keeping the community's safety and well-being in mind. What we have heard from the community is housing, housing, housing. We need housing. We need to keep people in housing. We need to get people in housing, and we need to help those who need the extra support with permanent supportive wraparound services through their housing efforts. I believe we can do this, and I believe that we are on track to doing this. But I do wonder at times if we were to seriously take that topic and actually address it, not necessarily all at once, but taking off pieces, layers of an onion, right? Looking at our unsheltered population. How much is that unsheltered population costing the taxpayer in police, jail time, hospital bills, and just going through this vicious cycle? Would it not be a better investment for us to put those people into housing and supply and provide them with wraparound services? Does that not make sense? Again, you know, putting politics aside, as a leader, that makes a lot of sense to me. I know our police department has been struggling. Police departments across the nation and the state have been struggling with employment and with recruitment and with diversity. I appreciate the good people on our squad and know that we have plenty of them. And I want to say thank you again to you for your service. I know that we do an intentional effort at addressing our unconscious bias through our trainings. But I do want to say that at the end of the day, I don't believe we can train ourselves out of our cultural backgrounds and our roots. So I guess my point is with this topic is that we need more tools. We need more tools to addressing the community's issues. Officers have been asked to respond to a large number of calls and have become the catch-all for the community's needs. This isn't fair to our officers, and this isn't fair to the community at large. And I think we can do something about this. So what I'm doing is trying to take a step back and look at the big picture, reminding us that A, we work for the community, B, what are the needs of the community, and then C, how do we best serve the community and their needs and empower them through supporting them and investing in them, which in return is an investment in Flagstaff. I hope that everyone listening tonight would agree with that approach. Okay, I'm skipping ahead a little bit here. So the two areas I'm looking to address council and to the community that I think would be worthwhile are the following: levels of service and proactive policing in the community. Levels of service. There's a lot of calls that our police department responds to that aren't a high priority crisis emergency call that other agencies across the state don't respond to. I know that this is a very sensitive topic amongst leadership and amongst our police department because we take pride in our levels of service. And I can see where we're coming from with that thought process. But I do believe that for the well-being of our own officers and our own burnout rates, we need to talk about levels of services and look to cut some of those down a bit. Proactive policing efforts is something I just think is a Band-Aid to an issue. If we have an issue in a certain community of Flagstaff or in a neighborhood, let's invest in the solution. Let's not invest in proactive policing. So I'd like to see us cut back on that as well. And then I really want us to take a look at our unsheltered population and consider a serious investment in their well-being. I think that this is a real opportunity, Council, and it's an opportunity that we don't get often. Mental health has been brought up as something we can invest in. Alternative response is something we can invest in. Substance abuse treatment is hard to find in Northern Arizona. The closest place you can go for substance abuse treatment for 72 days is Prescott. That to me is a huge issue. We need substance abuse treatment long-term here in Flagstaff in Northern Arizona. And then housing. We know that we have 234 people on our rapid rehousing list, needing a little bit of financial support with a little bit of wraparound services to get them stably into housing. We have an additional 95 individuals that are in need of permanent supportive housing that maybe need a little bit more help getting to a really well-grounded place. And I'm proud to say that we have great community partners working on these things, but with our support, I think we can really jumpstart that effort and see it through in a way that we see the return on investment locally. And then I've learned about community response units or neighborhood response teams. You know, when we have some of those lower level calls coming in, we could send out a community response team. You know, it doesn't need to be an officer. So that can help with our employment levels and making sure that we're responding to the call and letting officers truly respond to the calls that they're needed for. So in conclusion, Mayor and Council, I'm looking forward to our conversation, but I am, as you probably can tell, open to a diversion and reinvestment of funds or reallocation. I hate the conversation around divestment. I hate that term. I think it's done more harm than good to our message and our goals as a community and has divided us. And I challenge all of you and all of us to rise above that and look at this as a reallocation opportunity. So how much are we talking about? You know, to me, the number that comes to my mind is 10%, Council. I'm thinking 10% can go a real long way in investing in solutions. I do want to hear from our police chief. I do want to hear from the rest of council, but that's where I'm at right now. And I appreciate you taking the time to let me speak and hear me out. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Shimoni. Councilmember Sweet.
Thank you, Mayor. I first off want to thank all of the callers and everyone who sent in emails. I spent countless hours reading through all of the comments, and I feel like I've gotten to know our community quite a bit through all of this, so I truly do appreciate that. We heard from Barry earlier this evening, and the story I told him that I would mention is that he had a bipolar stepson who had violent episodes and had to interact with the police quite a bit. And he wanted me to stress how important the police were in those situations with him and his son. And I personally have had a couple of experiences where I've had to call the police, one of which, if they didn't come, I don't know what would have happened. It was very scary. And I am thankful that the police were there to help me at that point. With all of that being said, there are so many sides to this. I believe that we need help. We need additional resources. We need alternative response. There is no question on that. And what I truly am thankful for that I think we need, and it's happening tonight, is some honest discussion. All of our community deserves to feel safe, including our Indigenous relatives and our unsheltered population. But that doesn't mean that I don't support our police. I do. I think we need to boost the morale of our police right now. They are short-staffed, pulled in too many directions, and I think we need to help bridge that gap. Can we get our police more engaged in our community? Knock on our doors, talk to us, participate in community events. I think we need them involved in our community conversations. And I think that's what we need now, and I think that's what we need for our future. And what does our future look like? What do we want our community to look like? We need our officers, but we also need alternatives, and I do believe in that. Our officers are understaffed, underpaid, and quite frankly, if they don't have those implemented with the low morale, of course, I don't think we're going to be going in a good direction. But I think it takes community action to really get everyone on the same page. We need new efforts, new ideas on funding our alternative response. But at this point, for me, I don't think that that includes defunding our police. I want to thank everyone again for having this conversation. For me personally, this has been such a learning experience and growing experience, to be quite honest with you. And I look forward to talking more with all of you on how we move forward as a respectful community on all sides of this issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Sweet. Councilmember or Vice Mayor Daggett, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Like everyone else has expressed, I too am grateful to all the residents who took the time to email council and to speak tonight. I read every single email, and I've listened very carefully to everything that you've said tonight. I heard a lot of passion, good ideas, and some really moving personal stories. These are difficult discussions to have, and I've considered every bit of information that has been shared with me. I'm eager to see what the alternate response model will accomplish, and I hope that it will achieve our goals of treating all community members with compassion, keeping individuals out of the criminal justice system, and starting to address some of the underlying issues of lack of stable housing, access to mental health care, and substance abuse treatment. I believe Flagstaff has work to do if we are going to live up to our mission statement, which is to protect and enhance the quality of life for all. We're not all treated with the same measure of respect and equity. This is a community-wide problem, and we have to face and address it if we want to be an inclusive community. Working to address our severe shortage of housing that's affordable to the people who live here is critical, as is increasing access to mental health care and substance abuse treatment. And I think we're at the beginning of the process to take these problems seriously and to recognize how our inaction has held us back from being the inclusive, compassionate, and strong community that we can be. We're beginning to have conversations and to identify potential partners, and I see the need to strengthen our efforts. I'd like to know what my colleagues think about forming a task force using the extensive knowledge and lived experience to be found in our town. I'm thinking that this task force could utilize their experience in the best practices in areas such as housing, social work, mental health, public safety, and statistics. We could task them with evaluating our alternate response model, making recommendations for improvement, and informing our work moving forward. In terms of funding this alternate response model, first, I'd like to ask staff to come forward with some options that we can consider and have some additional discussion moving forward. So, thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember McCarthy.
Well, thank you, Mayor. I'm going to leave my video off because I have kind of a weak signal here, so hopefully my voice will come through. You know, to the casual observer, what we've gone through tonight might be considered a very polarized discussion. But I think to a close observer, I think what they would find is that there's really no disagreement. There's disagreement on details, but not on goals. So we all want the same thing. So I'll be brief. I do support the alternate response methods, and I think I'm very open-minded about an alternate response facility. And obviously, we're going to have to find funding for that. I do not support defunding the police department, but I do support funding these alternates. As far as level of service reductions, that kind of rubs me the wrong way. I'll just tell you a brief story. Back when I was in college in the city of Tucson, U of A, I had a traffic accident, and I called the police, and it did some significant damage to both cars. But on the 911 call, of course, they didn't have 911 back then, but on the police call, they said, "Well, do you need an ambulance? Was anybody injured?" I says, "No, there's no injuries." They says, "Well, we're sorry, we're too busy to come right now." Well, to me, that was a long time ago, and it still rubs me the wrong way. So this idea of reducing level of service kind of rubs me the wrong way. So in summary, we all want the same thing. We want an excellent police department that treats everyone fairly and objectively. We want excellent service, and we want it delivered efficiently. And I believe, based on conversations I've heard from our police department, they want the same things. And they want some help with what we can call alternate responses. And I think that the police department will be supportive of this and will benefit from it. So again, I don't think we have an argument here. We have an argument on some of the details and where the funding is going to come from. But I don't see any real argument from either the public or members of the council on what the goals are and where we want to go, which kind of ties into what Mr. Deasy said at the start of this, is let's see where we want to go, and then we can decide how we want to get there. So I'll leave it at that for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember McCarthy. With that, City Manager, you did have a few slides that the budget team looked at today, and I appreciate all the hard work the budget team put into that after our discussion on Friday from the budget session. So would you be in a position to show that, to give us a little bit of a baseline on where we're at?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Council. In just a minute, Rick Tatter, our Management Services Director, will show you those slides. And yes, to answer your question, we have them queued up and ready, and I think this is a good time in the discussion. A few very quick comments, if I may, to preface Rick's presentation. And this time I am reading from a little bit of a script here rather than just going off of notes. First, this model, the alternate response model, has been evaluated and discussed with considerable vetting with many groups for some time now. Notably, the model has been pursued well before the social unrest that occurred last summer. My point being that the pursuit of this has really been prompted by a very well-articulated need, as referenced in the community priorities that Councilmember Salas touched upon, that has been in place for some time. And independent of the defunding the police discussion this evening, I know that they are very connected, but I just want to make the impression that the pursuit of this has been one that has been grounded upon independent priorities that have been well articulated. And a lot of very great minds at the table discussing this topic throughout its genesis. So the second comment, if I may, it's been alluded to, and I'll just restate it. This program will take some time for it to mature and develop into the needed institution that is being envisioned here. These things can never just be implemented on day one. It will take some time and it will take some growth, and there will be some revisions along the way. When we were in Florida looking at the one model down there at Clearwater, that was definitely the takeaway, is what had become of that particular institution was nothing that was envisioned in the first year. And that's not to say it was a great success. It was one of many models that have been looked at, but the takeaway is that these things do evolve over time. We heard about how the Cahoots program in Eugene, Oregon has evolved. Third, the resources are proposed to be derived from multiple sources, and you're going to see those numbers from Rick Tatter in just a second. These multiple sources, include the general fund, where many of our expenditures derive from. Also, as referenced, the recreational pot, excise tax, and sales tax revenues, which we're now estimating, as well as some COVID relief funding, and as well as other funds that may have been derived through budgetary considerations that the budget team has worked with, revisions mostly into our reserve projections. I do, before handing it off to Rick, want to thank the many involved in these discussions with the city management, of course, but notably our CJCC members. That's the Criminal Justice Coordinating Council, which includes our judges, elected officials, prosecutors, city attorney's office, and notably our police management. There's been great collaboration at the table internally, and I referenced the manager's office. I want to single out Deputy Manager Shannon Anderson for her leadership in this, and of course to the budget team. Rick Tatter, hopefully I've given you plenty of time to get queued up, and wondering if you can share the screen and show the numbers now that I've set the stage for that. Thank you.
right, let me get this in presentation mode. Here. All right. There we go. Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council, Rick Tatter, Management Service Director, and member of the budget team. We worked hard today to follow up with the request from council last Friday from our conversations at the retreat to bring you a balanced plan for the alternate response model. This first slide is a recap of where we were at the end of day on Friday. I'm not going to go through with all these numbers. You are very familiar with them as far as council and what we talked about. Several things that were added to our budget for the next fiscal year, but really highlighting on the alternate response unit. You gave us direction to fund a vehicle for $65,000, as well as the operations at the $776,000 for next fiscal year. At the end of the day, these were the numbers that you saw, that we were about 72,000 to the positive of one-times, and we were short with our ongoing resources about $450,000. That was where we ended the day, and we were tasked as a budget team to come and provide a response to how we will get this funded for the city council. So here's what the budget team has worked on diligently today. I will run through this slide with a little more detail for you. The top line is that beginning balance is where we ended last week, showing our positive one-times and our shortfall of ongoing resources. This morning, I went through and reviewed all of our revenue estimates in our general fund and really looked at places where maybe I was a little bit more conservative than others. And in the end of the balancing of the revenues, I was able to determine that we have another $170,300 in revenue projections for next fiscal year. This was tied around primarily our state shared revenue sources, but it's definitely a number that I feel we can deliver next fiscal year. While it makes it a little bit tighter for variances, I still feel confident we can meet those numbers. Brandy Suda, our finance director, took the opportunity to review our expenses for the year. She focused a lot on salary savings. As we spoke to last Friday, we had a lot of vacancies occurring in our organization. And within our general fund, we can project that we're going to have another $600,000 in savings from salaries this fiscal year. This was part of our recession plan and how we want to balance out our general fund. So this gives us one-time resource, because it's really just for this fiscal year for us to work with. The budget team had a little bit of a conversation about the CJCC position, and we are recommended for this coming fiscal year, we move that to a one-time revenue resource and free up the ongoing portion for the alternate response unit. Instead, we think giving the CJCC an opportunity to build their program and determine that it is functioning as you as council would like to see, give it that opportunity, and then we'll come back with an ongoing resource in next year's budget process, should council want to continue that shared position. The next part is really the math part of how we've gotten to a place where not only we are able to fund the position for the next fiscal year, but we provided resources for 3 fiscal years to fund the alternate response unit at this $776,000. We understood that $208,651 was the gap in ongoing resources that our general fund budget currently has. So we moved that to the one-time column for this budget cycle, as well as we allocated future revenues for the next 2 fiscal years after to fund the alternate response unit operations for 3 fiscal years to come. That means that we are allocating almost $580,000 of ongoing resources at this point, and the one-time money is about $208,000 for this proposal. We do understand that this is a priority, and we look forward to the next budget cycle, should you approve it in this method, to try and shift this program to an ongoing resource with growth in revenues next fiscal year. We feel we may be able to achieve that given the time to understand the operations. So with that, that is the work the budget team has done. I thank the whole team for their work, and I would open up for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Tatter and team. I know this took a lot of hours and you all cleared your schedules to be able to make it happen for tonight. I really, really do appreciate it. I think it's really important that the public sees that we're making movement on this and that we're listening. So thank you for that. Council, do we have any questions for Mr. Tatter? I definitely have some comments, but any questions for Mr. Tatter on this? Councilmember Shimoni.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Tatter, for the update and your work and your team's work. This is great news for the community and for the alternate response unit to not just be funded in year 1, but for the first 3 years. I really think that this unit will hopefully be embraced by all and will be a huge success for everyone in the community. So thank you for this update and thank you for your work. Thank you, Mayor.
Excellent. Well, yes, thank you. And I just want to also make sure clarifying that, with this sum of money, we are still not taking the weight off of our police officers. We're still not taking any calls away from them with this model. This, to me, is still, in a way, the skeleton crew to being able to even get a start on this. And that is concerning to me, that maybe we're not doing enough in year 1 to be able to create a program that's really going to work and serve all the many needs that we're hearing from tonight. Having behavioral health first responders being the first on the scene, having the police's workload reduced because of the staffing issues. And so when I'm looking at this, amazing work, Council, and I'm glad we have consensus on it as of Friday when we did these budget discussions, that we're working it out. But I'll be frank, I don't think this is enough, even for year 1. And honestly, I kind of want to take, well, let me just back up and take a little bit more of a pragmatic, administrative type of approach with this situation. We're facing a staffing emergency, really, in our police department. Our police are being worked into the ground. And right now we are understaffed. The 13 positions. I have another 10 officers who are interviewing in other districts for different positions that honestly we're not in a very good position to, that we are really having difficulty trying to compete with. Despite years of really trying to work to create housing program for our police for down payments, expanding that program, grading the raises that could be done. With the addition of 2 more positions with this budget cycle, that means really we could be very soon down 26 positions, 25, 26 positions. That is an emergent situation. And the fact is that looking at the numbers, we only get 11, 12 individuals, recruits, that can even make it through the screening process per year. And not all of them take the position, take the job. They can go elsewhere. Or they may leave in a short amount of time. We're basically funding a lot of positions that we know we can't fill. We can't fill them. As try as we hard, and we can keep doing the same thing over and over again, trying to get the recruits saying, okay, well, we'll try this, we'll try that. It hasn't been working. So in my mind, I'm thinking about all this and realizing that, you know, if we can't fill those positions with police officers to reduce the call volume, why aren't we really thinking about filling those types of positions with behavioral health specialists that can reduce the call volume and can be a part of this alternate response unit to reduce those calls, because we're allocating dollars for positions we know we can't fill next year. So this is an idea that I've been thinking about with this situation and how to address it and try to create that type of system that is going to address many concerns on all sides of this issue. I will kick it to, I have more comments, but I want to, or Councilmember McCarthy.
I had a question for Mr. Tatter. Do we have funding in the budget to cover the police hires that we're currently recruiting for, or we just don't have the money to hire the ones that we've already agreed that we would hire? Does that make sense, the question?
All the positions that are authorized do have the funding available to fill those positions. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, so the money is in the budget if we can find the officers to hire. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Yeah. So, all right, thank you for answering my question. I do have a comment. If we want to provide more things, we have to find more money. And one way that I can think of, and I'm not saying we should do this, but we might have a discussion, is we could increase the primary property tax 1, 2, 3, or 4%. Maybe 4% is too much, but you know, to at least cover inflation. So I'll just throw that out there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman McCarthy. Mr. Tatter, actually, if I could just clarify with you at this. So we are allocating these dollars for those police positions. Those police positions, we honestly, they're historically, we can't fill to begin with, and we're seeing even more of a shortage. Therefore, those dollars are really going to overtime, correct? To be able to cover those shifts from the other police officers that are having to work 60 plus hours a week.
I haven't done the analysis on that. I don't think the finance team has done the analysis that it's an even overtime for positions. That would take a little more work to do. But however, we were recently fully staffed and very happy about it. Just at the time now, we are currently not fully staffed. But we do have the budget to, should we get all the hires, to fund those positions.
Yeah, but at this situation now, we are down 13, potentially 10 more, and we really don't get more than 5 or 6 recruits a year that accept the position.
I guess I'm probably not the right person to talk about recruitment and police. I can give you the budget information, and you know what occurs is the money that's unspent by the police budget goes into the fund balance and used for future one-time monies. It could be used for overtime, but I can't speak to recruitment.
City Manager, would you be able to speak to that?
Yes, and if Chief Musselman is with us, I know he's been very busy tonight. Mr. Mayor, I would invite him to share his comments. as well, and it looks like he is here. I will generalize and note that we were fully staffed at the beginning of last summer. We have witnessed a declining interest in our recruitment efforts. A declining interest meaning we're seeing fewer qualified candidates. We've also witnessed a little bit of attrition from within the division for retirements, lateral job moves to other jurisdictions, that sort of thing. So this has been kind of a decline over time in our recruitment efforts. Police Chief, you want to give us a little more detail, please?
Yes, thank you, Mayor and Council. Dan Musselman here. I serve as your police chief. So we were fully staffed in June of last year, and since then we've seen a steady decline. Some of that's been due to retirements. We had 17 officers that left last year. 7 of those were retirements, 2 left police work altogether, 5 went to other agencies, 3 failed to complete training, and unfortunately we had 1 death of an officer. So recruitment has been a struggle. We were able to hire last year, we were able to hire 11 new officers. This year we were able to hire 3 so far. We have been using that salary savings that we have been getting to pay for overtime, to pay for extra staffing to come in, and the same thing's going with our dispatch center. We're down 7 dispatchers currently out of a fully staffed center, which is 30 employees. So we've been eating up overtime there. With the blessing of the budget team, we were allowed to backfill some of our officer positions with police aid positions. And so currently we have 5 police aides working for us. That helps take some of the workload off the officers. But at the end of the year, we were hoping to see more salary savings, but I don't think we're going to get there, specifically due to the staffing, people being out on COVID, and then the additional overtime funds that we've had to expend on protests. So if there's any further questions, I'll take them.
Sure. I see City Attorney has a comment if he wants to jump in here.
Thank you, Mayor. I just noticed in the chat a comment that I think Councilmember Aslan should be afforded the opportunity to verbalize. I just wanted to ask if you could do that, Mayor.
Yes, sir. Councilmember Aslan.
Yes, sir. Mr. Sterling Solomon, sir. I was wondering, since we're seeing fewer qualified candidates, if that was a bit of a qualified statement. City Manager, Chief Musselman, do you know if there's been an uptick recently in unqualified candidates? That would be concerning to me. So I'm just kind of curious.
Yes, thank you, Councilmember Aslan, for the question. We have had to let some candidates go here, and we've seen a lot more not be able to complete training. So we have hired as many as we can, but we have seen a lot not finish training for a variety of reasons. And then we do hold our officers to a higher standard, and we've had to let 3 go that did not meet our level of professionalism so far this year.
I think that's a big part of the conversation that's undergirding a lot of things. And, you know, we value a highly qualified, highly trained police force. And as soon as we start talking about devaluing our police force, I think it necessarily comes with a side conversation on we're getting what we pay for. So I think that's important to keep in the back of our minds during all of this.
Thank you, Councilmember. And correct me if I'm wrong, Chief or City Manager, but this is a national trend. This isn't just Flagstaff that's unable to, I mean, there seems to be a national labor shortage when it comes to police recruits and those entering the workforce. Am I correct in that?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll let the police chief speak to the national trend part of the question. But to add to the discussion, I do want to note that I believe we will be on much better footing here in Flagstaff once we have our compensation study implementations in place. We will be able to put more on the table compensation-wise to attract better candidates. The other comment that I'll make, and it's very speculative on my part, but I think with COVID as a whole, the whole recruitment process has seen some evolution over the last year with various positions. We're seeing it for sure in police, but I think across the spectrum of the organization, recruitment is not what we've been used to seeing. We're hopeful that two things will bring about a change. One, the compensation adjustments. We're grateful for council's support on that. Two, as COVID nears an end and people are getting back into their usual routines, if there's such a thing, and looking more at possible relocations and career advancements, that might work in our favor as well. Police Chief, can you speak to the national trend part of the question?
Yes, thank you, City Manager. Across the nation, we're seeing massive declines in the number of recruits, and we're seeing massive amounts of retirements. I was told the Tucson Police Department is currently down 400 officers. Phoenix Police Department's down several hundred. And even here locally, NAU PD is struggling with hiring as well. And I think they're a little worse off than we are currently. So, thank you.
Thank you, Chief. And this kind of gets to one of my points with this situation. We are allocating dollars towards positions that we can't fill with that specific type of position. We're seeing a labor shortage nationwide, having troubles with recruitment. We have increased pay before and compensation for our police force to not have it fully done what we were expecting it to, done the housing down payment assistance, allowed them to be 100 miles away from the city and still buy a house with that down payment assistance. This is 2021, and we are seeing a lot more people graduating with social work degrees and a lot more people who are behavioral health specialists entering the market that are serving tables in our community. If we want to reduce the call volume per officer and be able to take some work off their back and not having them working 60, 70 hours a week, we really need to rethink this traditional budgetary method and how we are approaching it. And really, really consider if we cannot fill these positions with police recruits, and we can with social workers and behavioral health specialists and those trained for a specific part of that call volume, well, council, we're in a position that we could use that funding to help the police at the same time as get this alternative response off the ground. Really off the ground. We have the skeleton set up right now, and we need to build on it to make sure that we have a successful program. So I just think we need to take that reality of what this world is looking like now into consideration as we make these public administration and budgetary understandings with what we have to work with. So Councilmember Shimoni has a question.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, City Manager and Chief, for being with us tonight and answering these questions. Chief, I do have a couple questions for you. COVID, correct me if I'm wrong, but hasn't COVID shown us that by putting our unsheltered population into a housing situation, even if it is temporary, through our hotels, that our calls for services decreased?
With the use of the hotels, yes, we've seen our population into those hotels increase and our arrests have gone down. I think there's some other reasons for that as well, but I certainly believe that as part of the day center portion of the alternate response model that we liked. By giving people a place to go, it'll keep them out of the parks and causing mayhem within the city, and then us getting calls for service. So that is certainly part of it.
Thank you. And, again, council, if we put these folks into housing, a lot of the things that we criminalize them for won't be something we can criminalize them for, because they will have a roof over their head, they'll have a bathroom to utilize, they'll have a living room to do whatever it is that they want to do, just like the rest of us have. And so, it sounds like there isn't council support or openness or willingness to look at the police budget when it comes to funding these housing situations that our unsheltered population needs. But I do think that this is something, as Councilmember McCarthy said, that we need to continue to find solutions towards if this isn't the avenue. But Chief, as you said, I think by putting folks who are unsheltered into housing, it will lessen our calls for services, saving the taxpayer dollar while also helping someone else. You know, it's like, what a concept, right? Chief, just a couple more questions. Can you talk to me a little bit about neighborhood response teams? Just what are your thoughts on neighborhood response teams? What are the pros and cons?
Who's going to do that?
So I don't know exactly what you mean by neighborhood response, but I would like to share a couple items of data that may be germane to this conversation. So we had Taro start in November to help us out with low-level mental health calls. We've had 1,300 calls since November. They've been able to handle 27 of those 1,300 calls due to safety issues or other problems. Sometimes when people call in, we can't just transfer it to a mental health agency. Somebody will call in and say, yes, John Smith is suicidal. And then we ask, well, where is John Smith? I don't know, but he was suicidal on Facebook. He used to live on Ponderosa Parkway. 3 years ago, he went to Flag High School. So we have to use police resources to try and track down where John Smith is to get him resources. We've also had fire going to various medical calls last year. They've requested assistance on 855 of those calls that they've gone to due to safety issues. We've had crisis lines call us directly and ask for assistance on 145 calls alone in 2020. And we've had to respond to the area of the shelter for over 600 calls for service in 2020. So even trying to put these resources out there, it's not really, I'm optimistic that it will reduce some of our call load, but not a lot. And I really don't want to get social workers or alternate response people hurt. 73 of our officers were victims of felony crimes last year, and I think 70 plus healthcare workers, whether they're firefighters, Guardian Medical, or FMC personnel, were also assaulted. So there are some concerns with our most vulnerable population when it comes to us responding. And as far as staffing, yes, it is down, but we haven't been as competitive as we can be. And I think if we make our salaries more competitive, we will see the staffing increases to get us back up fully staffed here pretty quick. We've also changed some things internally. Our in-custody bookings are down year to date. Our arrest rates are down to year to date. And when we saw 2 unsheltered most vulnerable pass away earlier this year, we put out the call to multiple agencies. We called representatives at NACA, we called Catholic Social Services, we reached out to Indigenous Coordinator and said, we need more people out in the field. We also put out the call to our people. And during the month of March, we did 117 public assist rides to our most vulnerable to get them to shelter. That wasn't getting them to jail, that wasn't taking them to the hospital, that was specifically getting them to the shelter where they need to be, and that's 4 per day. If you cut our staffing, I'm just concerned we won't be able to do those. I'm afraid the impact is going to be more exposure deaths. It's going to be people stumbling out into traffic because we can't get to them to check on them. And I just think it's going to have negative consequences for the very people we're trying to impact. And then you asked me, I'll just finish up with this. You asked me about putting people in hotels. And just so you know, I was told the rough cost to put people in those hotels was roughly $400,000 per month. I didn't know if you had that figure, but that's what was handed to me. So I'm not sure if I answered your question. I may have created more questions, but feel free to rephrase it if I missed it.
You know, I wish that we put those people into permanent housing rather than temporary housing, because my understanding is that it's $3,300 per person to put them into housing, plus the wraparound services and the cost of the case management. But I hear you saying that there is value in putting people into shelter, into housing, one way or another. My last question for you, if I may, Mayor, is just on the topic of levels of service. Can you just speak, and I know this is a sensitive topic for our community, but can you speak to the levels of service that our local Flagstaff Police Department serves? I know we take pride in responding to the community's needs above and beyond what other jurisdictions do across the state. But can you just speak to that for a minute, Chief?
Yeah, so the police department's always prided itself on levels of service that accounts for a high approval rating. But I really have heartburn over getting rid of proactive activities. Proactive activities means no speed enforcement. So basically we have to wait till a kid gets hit by a car in a school zone before we do traffic enforcement there. You know, we talked about Woody Way. Every week I get several emails requesting more traffic enforcement in certain parts of the city. It also prevents us from doing our block watches, our crime prevention activities, going into the communities and doing the move it or lose it features, prevents us from cleaning up littered areas, transient camps that have overrun neighborhoods, getting abandoned vehicles out of neighborhoods that are causing concerns. Winter parking enforcement would just go from completely no winter parking enforcement whatsoever, waiting until streets calls us on every single car that needs to be towed. I just don't think it's good policing whatsoever. Our downtown walking beat would be pulled immediately. The call the citizen makes, no matter how low level, is always the most important call they make that day if they have to call the police department. And I know it's a unique idea, but ultimately those folks will be calling City Hall and City Hall will be calling over here, and we'll have to figure out a way to make it happen with our limited staffing anyway. It's just going to add more stress to the officers at the end of the day to get those things done. So I would rather not even discuss that as an option for your police department. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Chief. Thank you, Mayor.
Yeah, a couple things with those statements here. So only 27 calls with the Materos mental health, and as you stated, because of concerns for safety. But all the models we're seeing in other cities, they're taking up 20% of the calls. And in fact, in a presentation in September, October that was posted, that 30% of our total call volume were mental health related calls, or lowest priority alcohol related calls. And that's 2019 data. If this is fully funded, if we can create this alternate response system, why is it that we are so unique that we can't have this system respond to those calls? I mean, not every single situation is going to turn violent. And yes, it's a different protocol. It's a different thing that we're not used to. But I really don't see how somehow these other models that are functioning with this, taking 20% of calls, just won't work here in Flagstaff. And especially if we're going to dedicate all these resources to alternate response already with $766,000 a year. Well, we're talking, are we just, oh, well, it's going to be a violent situation and we're just going to add more bloat to our system. So that way we just, rather than sending in 2 cop cars, a fire truck, and an ambulance to a certain call, now we're just going to add a 5th vehicle to the situation. I'm looking for something that's going to actually reduce call load for our police officers. And obviously, yes, that takes funding. But I just have a hard time believing the rhetoric that we always have to respond to calls as if there is going to be a violent situation coming in that with that call. I think that's not a way we want to approach it, in my mind. Now, it's getting a little later. This is an important discussion we need to keep on. And I want to give 2 concrete suggestions that I would like to see if we can get council with. Now, Vice Mayor Daggett mentioned a local task force. Well, we could keep doing those. I mean, we have the alternate response right now, task force. We have the CJCC. A lot of community members were contacted and discussed these alternative options, et cetera. What we need is a policy expert from one of these other cities. We need a consultant to tell us how to do the protocol and the nitty-gritty to see us move forward with a successful model. We also need to know what it's going to take financially to get that 20% of calls. So I would like to do two things. Get a policy expert to help us through this process, put out another RFP that has much more specifics on it, on what we want to see. For example, that we want 15 to 20% of the call volume taken off the police's back through this system. How are we going to do that? Well, let's get a real policy expert who's had the experience with doing it, setting up protocols and et cetera. And let's see what it's going to take to make this happen, Council. Because again, we're talking numbers. What's the vision here? That's my vision, personally. And we need to know how to get there and what the dollar amount it's going to take. We have the skeleton set up now to be able to see this system move forward. We've had all the community discussions to get the ideas on the drawing board. So that's what I'm asking tonight for us to get a majority or some consensus on. Call in a policy expert to really set up these models rather than trying to reinvent the wheel and having, and secondly, to get another RFP out there to really see what it's going to take that large portion off of our police and have the specialists be able to respond to the calls that are similar to, you know, more and more cities that are doing it every day. Denver just this last year. So, and seeing large successes, mind you. This isn't just even a replacement. The Cahoots model is an operating budget of $2.1 million a year, and it's estimated that it saved $8.3 million in police and fire costs. So this is my suggestion. Let's take that vision and that idea, and let's get realistic. We'll get the policy expert and get an RFP to see how much it's really going to cost us. So that's what I'm throwing out to you, Council. Councilmember McCarthy.
Before we take a poll of the council on if it's a good idea to hire a consultant, write an RFP, get an expert in here, I would say we better figure out how we're going to pay for it. I don't know where that funding would come from. And once that's discussed, then we can have a rational discussion about if it makes sense to do it.
Councilmember Aslan.
I agree with Councilmember McCarthy. I'd like to see a price tag.
Well, we can't get a price tag until we have an RFP and see what's out there. That's kind of the point, Council. I'm trying to figure out that number. So, Councilmember Shimoni.
Sorry, 1 second. Okay. Yeah, Mayor, that was one point that I did mean to bring up that I forgot to. We have a great partner in NAU and their criminal justice department that can maybe help us look at this and find solutions. I also learned about an effort in reimagining public safety that was done in Ithaca, New York. And I've actually read through most of the reports. And it was done by, trying to find the name of the agency. But I can send it to leadership if we wanted to potentially pursue such a evaluation and study about our local efforts worth recommendations. But I definitely see value in what you're pushing for, Mayor. And I think that this would benefit the community at large. So I think that it might cost anywhere up into about $50,000. And like Councilmember McCarthy said, where's the money going to come from? But I think in the end that the cost savings of doing this are going to be way greater than that small investment because of the return on investment. So whether it's with NAU or an agency like this, I'm supportive. Thank you.
City Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. As noted in the chat column by Shannon, Chief Gaylord and the Flagstaff Fire Department did engage with an expert to assist in the creation of the mobile response unit that's now in play. I also know that we engaged services, I believe, from NAU to speak about the rapid assessment program as well. We are not adverse to going with whatever directions the mayor and council gives us. And I'm not trying to complicate the discussion, but we do have an RFP that has been submitted and there are proposals being evaluated. And so I think, one, we need direction on how to handle that RFP. The second thing, and in direct response to the suggestion by Councilmember Shimoni, respectfully, I honestly feel if we're looking for a consultation as to how we do this correctly and making sure we do it in a way that paves the way for success, it's not just within the academic realm. I think we should be consulting with practitioners in other cities who have seen these programs succeed. That's not at all to discount the importance of our experts in academia. I think they always should be looked upon as the invaluable resource that they are. But I would strongly advocate that, at least in addition to that, we talk to folks out there in the real world who have seen these programs be put into practice and learn from a practical and pragmatic way how these programs can be successful. Thank you.
Thank you. But let me just be clear that the RFP was pretty unspecific, correct? It was not saying things like we want to take call volume off the backs of police officers and giving it to a we didn't set certain metrics on what we wanted to achieve. It was pretty open-ended. Am I correct? Deputy City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor DC. Shannon Anderson, Deputy City Manager. We did address in the request for proposal that we wanted to reduce the call volume both for the police and the fire department. That information was provided in the request for proposal so that we could share with those who might respond what the scope might look like. And so the goal was to reduce that volume. The reason that it was written in general terms is each behavioral agency has their own model. They have their own type of staffing. They have the number of staffing that they believe is appropriate for the type of model that they would like to propose. And we did not want to discourage one or another. So it was left general so they could tell us, this is the model that we would propose. These are the types of staff, the number of staff that we think would be able to get this work done. And here's what we think it will do for you, City of Flagstaff, from a results perspective. They provided the type of reports they'd be able to provide us, the type of measurements that could be put into place. So although it was general so that we could cast the broadest net to those who might be able to provide the services, the responses that we received back were very specific. And did address how they were going to help the city to not only respond to the law enforcement related calls, but also for the fire related calls. I also see that Councilmember McCarthy asked about the cost. The costs that I provided you are the ranges of the proposals that we received from the RFP. I do not know what it would cost us to get a consultant. And based on that cost, it might be something that we have to do a separate RFP in the beginning to hire the consultant, and then we could contract for their services to help us with the additional RFP for the alternate response model. Because anything over $50,000 obviously comes to council and goes to the contract process. Hopefully that answers your questions, but certainly I'm here to answer anything further.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson. Yeah, I guess it's a little difficult when we can't see the RFPs at this time. But I was informed. I was pretty sure that I was informed that, as it stands now, the RFPs that came in weren't going to reduce the call volume of our police next year. That it wasn't going to be to that magnitude.
I think what we've seen in these other models is that it takes time. Just as we saw with the Crisis Response Network, we implemented it in November. That very first month, we only had one call that they were able to assist us with, but now we're up to 27. So it takes time for those systems to be put into place and for people to know that I can call for this service instead of this service. So you're right, it might not be day one, it's going to reduce 15 to 20% of the calls for service, but it will increase over time because individuals will know that they can rely on this service versus having to call the police department, and they're going to respond and they're going to be able to help them with the situation at hand.
Thank you, Deputy City Manager. I guess it's just slightly frustrating that it's still going to have taken us over 2 years since the initial calls for this kind of system were really happening in our community. It's still going to be 2.5 years afterward when we even really get it starting off the ground. And that's just a bit disappointing for me, and that I would like to see us be having to move faster on that. So I guess with that, Vice Mayor has a question here.
Yes, I have a question for Shannon. And if this has been said already, I apologize, but I didn't hear it. When do you expect the committee to have selected the response that you'd like to forward on to council?
Thank you, Vice Mayor Daggett. So we are scheduled to have interviews with the respondents on May 12th and 14th, are the dates that we are targeting at this point. The goals of those interviews are to clarify the information that were provided in the responses, to make sure that we accurately understood what we were reading and interpreting as part of this evaluation process. So the hope would be that if in fact we are able to select a respondent after those interviews, that we could then come back to council with the contract now that we have potential funding identified in next fiscal year's budget, at least for the mobile response unit.
Okay, thank you. I think I'd like to take a look at the response that the committee chooses and make an evaluation from there, because it could be that we have a great proposal and we all agree that it's going to address community needs. And if it doesn't, then we can discuss where we're going from there.
City Attorney, do you want to jump in here?
So yeah, just a couple things, and if I could ask for some clarification from Deputy City Manager Anderson. I think you were talking about the results of the RFP that couldn't be viewed by council. The RFP itself can be viewed by council. I just want that clarification on the record. Is that where you were going with that?
Yes, yeah, that's what I meant, the results of the RFP. Yeah, and no, we can see that, so thank you.
Okay, great. The other point, I know that Council Member Shimoni had mentioned in the chat that he had some information that he would like to share with the council members. Obviously not available to him right now. It's in the form of a link. However, as we are in an open meeting, I would just indicate that if you're going to share that, Council Member Shimoni, with the members of the council, it will be part of the record of the meeting.
Thank you, City Attorney. Let me just scroll up here. Council, did I miss anyone for comments or questions?
Mayor, I'd like to try to say something. Is it all right?
Yeah, right.
So I just one thing that seems pretty evident to me, and this is coming from my own experience as a former EMT who was actively on a lot of scenes during my short career in that role. It's going to be really hard to reduce the number of situations where police are not showing up to a scene. I don't know that should be the goal. the goal is that while they're there, they're in more of a background role, or they're staging nearby, or keeping a low profile and allowing experts to do the work that they need to do while the police ensure scene safety. Scene safety is the most important thing that gets drilled into you as an EMT. You don't enter a situation or engage with anybody until the scene has been declared safe for your person and for your team. And if this is something that's going to change, it's going to change slowly over time. Taking our funding that's not going into police personnel right now and hiring social workers isn't going to change the number of calls that our police are going on. And it would take an enormous amount. My instinct just tells me it would take an enormous amount of effort, an enormous amount of legal effort to vet protocols that are developed, and a lot of trial and error with a lot of different people, not just a consultant from some other state, but with our police on the ground, with our sergeants and with our captains, who are constantly troubleshooting entirely new situations that we never considered before. And so this is a years-long / decades-long process. It's a process we need to go through, and it's a process that's long overdue. We should be further along with it now. But even when we look at these models in other places like Ithaca and Oregon, what we're seeing is the result of a process that started years before. What the successes they're experiencing now are not what we should be hoping to achieve as we get off the ground. And I'm not saying that this is contrary to anything that anyone else here on council is thinking, but I do think it needs to be reiterated and stated again very clearly that the goal here is to create a new interface for community situations that don't, and to avoid that escalation that can sometimes happen and that we all regret. The goal is not to alleviate the burden of our police officers so that they can sit back at the base and lift weights. They're going to be out and about anyway, all day long, every day, and they're not going to see a reduction in their duties or the stress level that their job creates. It may, in fact, in certain cases, create more obligations for them. But it's the start of a process that's long overdue and that we all need to figure out, and one that you can't really figure out unless you've started down the road of experiencing it and being able to troubleshoot it in real time along the way. I'll leave my thoughts there.
Thank you, council member. Well, in general, just for me, I think that we will only make incremental changes if all we say to ourselves is we could only make incremental changes, and one day or down the road it will get better. I refuse to accept that. So I'm just going to say that, but I'm definitely in the minority in this situation here, it appears, and it looks like we're not really doing anything that we weren't doing before. After all this meeting, after probably 900 plus emails and so forth, it's, yeah, a little discouraging, council. So City Manager Clifton has a comment.
Thank you. I'm going to respond to your comments, Mr. Mayor, in doing so with hope of giving you some comfort here. Things move slowly sometimes, but we are building an institution here. It's more than a program. It's a change in the way we do things. It's been talked about ad nauseum, there's no question. But Mayor, a year ago this time, there was not one penny in the budget that was allocated toward this alternate response. And here we are a year later, not just with resources going into it, but significant resources. I heard reference earlier this evening to how the Cahoots program in Eugene, an oft used example of a model program, where they were in their inaugural year budget-wise, and we're there. we're putting good resources into this. It is not to suggest that if we spend the money, it will happen, but it is to suggest that we are, I think, a ways on this journey, a considerable ways. To Councilmember Aslan's comments, it will take some time, and that will enable us to not just learn from the successes of this program, but to also learn from the mistakes and the failures, and there will be some along the way. I like the idea personally, Mayor, of bringing in an expert consultant. I would hope that there's room to do that as this program advances forward. We are talking now about personnel and fleet and human resources going into this, but we have not yet really had the discussion about the bricks and mortar resources that we know will be needed along the way, Mayor. And there's going to be big decisions and expenditures ahead of us in the near horizon. And perhaps your suggestion about bringing in some expertise from the outside could be reconsidered then, because I think it's actually a very good idea. I am a big believer in learning from others people's in other jurisdictions successes and their failures, so we can march in a way that we know is proven, and we could avoid the costly mistakes that we know have been made elsewhere. So I think your idea is a good one, Mr. Mayor, and I would want to give you a little bit of assurance that while it seems at times the wheels are moving slowly, they are in fact moving. And the progress I've seen in the past year is very encouraging, because I, like you, was getting quite frustrated a year ago that there was not a lot of progress being seen here, yet there was a lot of discussion in a lot of different forums. At this juncture, we're seeing movement, and this is now becoming something that could materialize into a reality. If we can just stay focused and keep moving forward. So I empathize with your comments, Mr. Mayor, and then trying to say what I can to give you some encouragement here that this is moving forward and we'll make it happen. Thank you.
Thank you, City Manager. City Attorney.
Thank you, Mayor, and just overall, what a tremendous discussion tonight. I appreciate the time and the effort. I was going to wait until the very end to weigh in with some concerns that I have when it comes to talking about who's supposed to be on which call and how, and keeping it legal. Councilmember Aslan kind of alluded to that a little bit, and that's why I put a comment in the chat asking for the opportunity to speak here. There will be a significant amount of legal training and research and vetting that needs to go into this process. You have all kinds of concerns when it comes to legal issues. I won't get into it any more than that here, but I can guarantee you will have numerous executive sessions with my office and such as the program progresses even incrementally. That's something that I appreciate Councilmember Aslan for raising. I just want the council to be aware that doing something along these lines will require a significant amount of legal training and vetting, and to make sure that that's part of the understanding going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, City Attorney. With that, I think I have all the comments on here, so I guess I'm going to do last call from council on before we wrap up this meeting. And I'm not seeing anything in the chat box, so without further ado, I think we had a good discussion this evening. I do appreciate it. I think we had good commentary from the public that these are things that need to get fleshed out. And I appreciate you all being here on a special meeting on a Monday night to see this through. So thank you all for your work. And with that, this meeting is adjourned.